never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Like we're all set to roll here, right? What are we looking at? I believe we'll be talking Thursday. All right, we'll work our way into it. Time zone to time zone. We've crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. Closing out the second day of June. That means June 3rd coming on here. All right, so yeah, weekend will be here before you know it. How about that? Yeah, on the heels of the long Memorial Day holiday weekend. All right, first off, take a look at the national radar scene. What do we see? Yeah, we've got more rains impacting parts of Texas tonight, where they don't need more rainfall. Yeah, sad to say there's a whole lot more on the way. Going to exacerbate some of the flooding problems we've seen in Texas. We're not tonight talking severe weather. We do not have any severe weather watches, warnings. It's really just heat warnings, excessive heat warnings or heat advisories, extending all the way up to the U.S.-Canadian border. In eastern Washington, the northern portions of Idaho, western Montana. The heat has settled in, and all that heat's going to be progressing eastward across the northern tier of the country as we head through Thursday into Friday and on into the upcoming weekend. But again, we start things off here, flip back to the radar scene. We do have some showers, thunderstorms. There's actually one pocket of thunderstorms just to the north of Austin, Texas, kind of sandwiched in between Austin and Waco. Although they're not under a severe thunderstorm watch, one of those cells is producing a severe thunderstorm warning at this hour. From there, we've got to get back into In the northern reaches of Texas, we're going to see showers and thunderstorms, which right now they're still packing a punch. They should be dying off as far as intensity is concerned. Stretching from eastern, southeastern New Mexico over into western Texas. Now, we'll say starting just to the south of Clovis, New Mexico, the heaviest rains are on the Texas side there, kind of making a beeline toward Plainview to Lubbock. Showers will be moving all the way down through Midland, Texas, through the overnight hours tonight. Meanwhile, the storm system that had pushed through the Midwest, the Great Lakes, Ohio Valley region, even the Tennessee Valley region this past day, still bringing some showers to northwest Georgia, rain in Chattanooga, rain almost up into the Knoxville area. You're probably seeing just enough rain to keep the windshield wipers on intermittent, outside the realm of what's showing up on the radar. There's some additional clusters of rain stretching from just west of Bowling Green, Kentucky. Some of these, if they hold together, they may make their way into the Nashville area over the next several hours. So you'll find off and on spotty showers, still some rain pushing through southern portions of Indiana. It's just kind of misty outside the hotshot secret bunker tonight in southwest Ohio. Spotty showers through central, eastern Ohio, on up into the Pittsburgh area, central Pennsylvania. A lot of spotty showers. Some of that's beginning to fill in, and according to the extended model, should continue to fill in. And we're going to be looking at a lot of rain impacting the Northeast as we head through Thursday and Friday. Let's start things off, though, with the heat we were talking about. Although the calendar just changed to June, heat more representative of mid-July has been scorching parts of the West over the last several days. And forecasters say that heat is going to grow in scope during the next several days. Record-challenging heat across the northern plains as high pressure is going to expand across the region. Temperatures rising 10 to 25 degrees above normal for this time of year. It looks like the peak of the heat in places like Montana, northern Idaho, where we have those heat advisories, really began to move in Wednesday and continues through the day today. For Great Falls, Montana, temperatures forecast to break records both days as you see your first 90-degree heat here in 2021. So with the forecast high, I'm not sure what the official number would be at this point. 90 was the forecast high. That would have been a record. The old record was 89 from 1986 this past day. Today now, Thursday, is expected to be even hotter. Forecast high of 94 degrees. That would break the old record of 93, set back in 1988. By the end of the week, though, the hot weather is going to continue to grow in coverage. Not only will the heat expand, it's expected to become more intense while Bismarck, North Dakota, usually has highs in, say, the lower 70s. Friday, you may see the century mark on 100 degrees, according to the Storm Prediction Center. Now, not only would the temperature of 100 easily surpass the record of 95 degrees, it would also mark the second earliest temperature of 100 degrees or higher there. Saturday, Bismarck could topple the daily record of 96, set back in 1952. Forecast right now is for a high of 98 degrees. Yeah, I mean, definitely midsummer-like temperatures. Even though this part of the country is known for its cold winters, brutal heat often affects the region during the summer months. But this is awful early in the season for temperatures to be so high. So obviously take precautions. Don't forget your pets. You got to stay hydrated when you're working outdoors. Heat stroke becomes a concern. The heat in the northern plains and south central Canada is going to persist on into the start of the weekend, at which point temperatures will decline slightly. Highs are still going to be above normal, but we're not going to be talking record territory anymore. As the heat becomes a little less intense in the northern plains and south central Canada, That core of warm air is continuing to move east by the end of the weekend and into early next week. That'll be quite the change in parts of the Northeast, where many cities have struggled to get out of the 40s and 50s this past weekend. You know, Detroit managed to hit 50 degrees last Friday. By this coming Sunday, you're probably going to be talking 90 degrees. That'll be your first 90-degree day since back late August of last year. Although temperatures are going to be well above normal in cities like Albany, New York, and Detroit, temperatures may still challenge records in parts of Ontario and Quebec. Montreal looking to tie the record of 87 degrees this weekend on Sunday. Now, originally set in 2005, that was the old record. Monday, the record high of 92 will be challenged. Forecast high right now is 91. So we are talking well above normal temperatures that are going to persist in the Northeast. Parts of Ontario and Quebec probably through at least next Tuesday. Now, the heat's not there yet. But again, it really begins to warm up as we head into Saturday, then Sunday and Monday. You'll be feeling the heat. Matter of fact, tonight, you're looking at cloudy, gray, cool conditions, shower activity from right about Detroit, Michigan, all the way up into Toronto, Ontario. All that precip's going to be headed off into the Northeast through the day today. Meanwhile, I mentioned flooding concerns in parts of Texas and Louisiana, this relentless pattern of showers and thunderstorms. It is not showing any signs of easing. As we flip into the month of June here, to make matters more concerning, forecasters say that a storm and tropical moisture from the Gulf of Mexico may actually team up to aggravate existing flooding and potentially lead to new flooding problems. Now, the initial flooding concern will be the result of a storm in the mid-levels of the atmosphere, forecast to form over Texas and then crawl eastward through the weekend and even through next week. That mid-level storm is going to again trigger drenching showers and locally severe thunderstorms, incidents of flash flooding over several days, primarily starting Friday through Saturday and Sunday. This is going to be another slow-moving storm, triggering drenching showers, locally severe thunderstorms, and Gulf of Mexico moisture is going to be pulled northward over much of Texas and Louisiana, as well as even portions of Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Mississippi. This new batch of flooding rain coming to an area that's had more than its fair share in the month of May, obviously. Both Victoria, Texas, and Lake Charles, Louisiana, picked up more than 20 inches of rain in May, nearly 4 times the normal rain for that month in each of those cities. The tremendous rain, not just isolating these two cities, rainfall totals in the double digits reported from parts of the lower Rio Grande Valley, into central Texas, much of southern Louisiana, areas from Houston to Port Arthur to Austin, Texas, as well as New Orleans and Lafayette, Louisiana, all had double-digit rain in May. So obviously the ground is pretty much saturated from central Texas to southern Louisiana. Area streams, rivers, the bayous are all swollen to the point where flooding from prior rain has continued even into the month of June here. The Trinity River in Liberty, Texas, northeast of Houston, was teetering at major flood stage, 29 feet, for much of the Memorial Day weekend. That Trinity was only receding at a snail's pace as of this past day. Long-range water projections for the Trinity and other rivers in the region were not incorporating the potential amount of rain that may fall in the next week to 10 days. Now, even smaller creeks in central and western Texas periodically swelled rapidly. We saw some moderate and major flood stage over the holiday weekend, but you've got more rounds of storms on the way. It's not just this week's mid-level storm. Showers and thunderstorms from this moist flow out of the Gulf will probably continue to occur after the storm's direct impact. regardless of what weather systems happen to be in the neighborhood, this is kind of a pattern that is ripe for multiple rounds of showers and thunderstorms that focus on areas of central, eastern Texas, and Louisiana. Those same areas that were inundated in recent weeks, lots of heavy rain and flooding. So the Atlantic hurricane season is officially underway. And while one named system has already formed, we're tracking long-range forecast in an effort to glean some insight into when the second system may be taking shape. Tropical weather experts say these forecasts are beginning to reveal signs of potential tropical development in the western Caribbean and perhaps the Gulf of Mexico during the second week of June. Occasionally storms in the mid-levels of the atmosphere can spin some energy down to the surface and allow a tropical system to slowly evolve. There's a chance, although it's low, of a low-end tropical system that may form near the northwestern Gulf of Mexico next week, provided wind shear eases in the region. The change in wind direction of different levels of the atmosphere. Wind shear, of course, oftentimes tears the top of the cloud, thunderstorm clouds off, preventing development. Now, while the pattern may not evolve into another Harvey, with record rainfall and catastrophic flooding in a concentrated area, torrential rain may affect broad areas of Texas and Louisiana and could result in moderate to major flooding going forward. As we recall, Harvey, what a disaster that was. Harvey peaked as a Category 4 hurricane before making landfall in Texas in the summer of 2017. Catastrophic flooding, $125 billion in damage, unloading 61 inches of rainfall there in Port Arthur, Texas. Unleashed between 40 and 55 inches of rain on the Houston area between August 25th and September the 1st. Yeah, that's 60.58 inches of rain that fell near Nederland, Texas. Actually set a U.S. rainfall record for any storm system. Just 2 years later, another multi-day storm, flood. Tropical storm Imelda struck southeastern Texas, unloaded 44-plus inches of rain in mid-September. Now, even if a tropical system fails to form or move over the area projected to be slammed by heavy rain into the second week of June, we're probably going to be talking generally 5 to 10 inches of additional rain to fall from this Friday, through Wednesday of next week, from southeastern Texas to western Louisiana and western Arkansas. AccuWeather says some areas may approach 24 inches of rain. That would be in isolated areas. Many major metropolitan areas are going to be affected by heavy rain and some degree of flooding, from central and southeast Texas to central and southern Louisiana, in one way or another, during the first half of June, in lieu of a tropical system strike. So you'll be saving money on cooling costs with the cloudy, wet pattern, but some communities may be overwhelmed by the cost related to flooding, damage, and cleanup. So if you're going to be moving freight or just driving in general, you should anticipate travel disruptions in the coming days as rain continues and more low-water crossings and underpasses become inundated with rising water. In addition to the risk of problems from the flash flooding to river flooding, some of the thunderstorms may reach severe levels from time to time. Isolated incidents of damaging winds, large hail, and possibly even an isolated tornado into next week. Not the best of news there in the south central USA. Coming up, we'll look at the dry weather pattern that the Northeast has briefly enjoyed, about to come to an end. And widespread rounds of severe weather and flooding. We're not talking anything, like I say, widespread for the eastern third of the country as we wrap up the week here. But we could see some isolated incidents of thunderstorms with damaging winds and potential urban flooding possible. All right, we'll kind of take a look back at the past weekend, what we saw and what's anticipated here into the coming weekend. And as we wrap up the work week, Thursday, Friday. All right, around the country, as always, underway here. Jump on in. It's 844-3388. Hello from the Michigan Madman. Hey, yeah, Steve, you were first out of the box tonight. Yeah, Kyle's joining us here this morning. Dale, of course, checking in from Jacksonville, Florida. 77 degrees, a little bit humid. Hoping for some offshore rain this morning. We need it pretty bad. Everybody truck safe out there. Matthew, of course, with us. Just finished up a long night of baseball. Did you enjoy some good games there, Matthew? All right, Stanley checking in. Morning, Steve. Weekend's almost here. Happy Thursday. That is correct. Looks like, what's his name? Old Heat Wave is back out at it tonight. Morning, y'all. Oh, it's still in the Hacienda. Okay. Yeah, quiet night about to explode. Uh-oh. With Crash and Smash and our manager, Monkey Gouger. Oh, yeah. Tag checking in from New Mexico. Happy Thursday, 68 degrees here in Albuquerque, rolling east on I-40. Headed toward the home 20. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. Zorro. Morning, Steve. I just had a guy yell at the cops, yelling, "Kill me, tase me," outside our gate here in Forest Park, Georgia. Ultimately, he was taken into custody without incident and handed over to the EMTs. Ah, boy, shoot me, tase me, kill me. That's not good. Let's see. Michigan Madman also said, is it just here in Michigan that all the gas stations that normally would be open 24 hours seem to now be closed on the third shift? Because they can't find anybody to work the overnight hours. Michigan Madman, I don't think that's an isolated problem where you are. We've been talking about, restaurants that are normally open, like what's a good example? Some of the late night Taco Bells and the Wendy's normally open till 1, 2 a.m. in your respective time zones, shutting things up 9 or 10 o'clock in the evening. That is a problem all over the country right now. Kevin said, all right, let's roll, people. God bless you truck drivers out there. Steve, good morning. Great to hear you as always. You're still in rehab in Illinois. Of course, Illinois as a state needs some rehab. Good to have you with us. Bill checking in from Lake Murray, South Carolina. Big Moose is out there. Got my tent in the wind, letting it all hang out tonight. Mike says, love it, Steve. Not a driver, but retired, long-time, third-shift factory worker. And I go back to the days of listening to your dad. Good luck. Hey, good to have you with us, Mike. Bidoo checks in. Morning, Steve. An overnight cruise, 60 degrees, some sprinkles here in Rochester, New York. Waiting on my load to head back down to Youngstown. Good morning from the Hoosier Garage. She says, hey, everybody. And let's see, one more. Ken, happy wet Thursday morning, my overnight drive friends. Several auto accidents today. Please operate safely. Yeah, Kentucky Ken out there serving and protecting tonight. Yeah, be safe on those wet roadways. There you go. All right, look at it, 21 past the hour. And again, as always, it's 844-844-3388. First, not the industry headlines. An update on the latest ransomware attack, which I don't think it's going to cause major disruptions at our grocers around the country, but they're now telling us we may see some issues. If you had missed it, the latest ransomware attack was against JBSSA, the meat packer, I think the largest in the world, sending shockwaves through the U.S. food industry. And, of course, heightening even more tensions between Washington and Moscow, even as the meat packer has begun to restart their plant operations JBS updated this past day, said most of the plants resumed operations Wednesday, although some shifts and processing operations are still suspended. We anticipate operating at close to full capacity across our global operations by Thursday. Asked at the White House this past day whether he would retaliate against Russia over this latest cyber attack, President Biden said, "We're looking closely at the issue." Russian officials didn't respond to a request for comment for this story. But the attack on JBS, knocking out production at plants that process nearly a quarter of the beef and 1/5 of the pork production in this country, pushing up wholesale meat prices, complicating livestock deliveries from the farms. Chicken plant, this is where the update gets kind of interesting. Chicken plants operated by Pilgrim's Pride Corporation, a subsidiary of JBS, the biggest meat company by sales. Also being affected, Florida-based grocery chain Publix supermarkets said the plant closures could lead to some intermittent shortages of chicken over the next several days. The outages, the latest blow to the meatpacking industry that's also contending with labor shortages and the high cost for transport and animal feed. Wholesale beef prices for beef and pork rose following the attack. Meat buyers said price increases for the consumers are probably going to follow if the problems persisted. Now, prices for choice cuts of beef sold in boxes rose by $5.60. So we're talking $340.16 per 100 pounds this past day. Biggest increase in at least a month's time, according to the Department of Agriculture. The director of purchasing for GNC Foods, which is a supplier to restaurant distributors, said we expect prices to climb further if the outages continue. Now, they're saying these plants are coming back online. Obviously, the longer it goes on, the more we're going to see. Mr. Stevens said he spent the day Tuesday fielding calls from restaurant distributors racing to find alternative supplies of beef, pork, and chicken that they typically order from JBS and Pilgrim's Pride. GNC, which purchases millions of pounds of meat and poultry from the companies every year, was purchasing meat from other meat packers, and they may ration deliveries to customers if the supplies tighten in the coming days. There's only so much volume to go around, according to Mr. Stevens. He said JBS told him that orders for meat already on the road would be delivered, but it's not clear if or when other orders in the pipeline are going to arrive. JBS said nearly all of the U.S. plants delivered products on Tuesday of this week. The USDA said they had contacted several major meat processors to encourage them to add capacity, if at all possible. The agency said they're continuing to encourage U.S. food and agriculture companies take steps to protect your information technology and your supply chain infrastructure. Everyone, I don't care what line of business you're in, even trucking, are all subject to these cyber attacks. Meat supplies that were already tight before the cyber attacks, surging demand for the reopening restaurants, production problems at the meat plants, all driving up the costs. Bacon, chicken wings, other products, as people continue to make big grocery purchases. Some of the restaurants, some of our supermarkets have already raised prices. Gordon Food Service, the distributor, bought meat from other suppliers Tuesday while the JBS plants were offline. According to the director of imports and commodities, he said he expected it's going to take 4 business days for their normal order flow from JBS to resume. Yeah, normally, he said, Gordon gets more than half of their pork from JBS. We're talking at least 500,000 pounds every week. So kind of like when the pipeline was shut down. It was shut down several days. Once it resumed, it took some time for things to settle out and get back to normal, I guess you'd say. Well, with these meat plants down for several days, it may take 3 or 4 days to get the deliveries back on schedule. So I don't know if we're going to see intermittent shortages or what the case might be. But yeah, I do know, speaking with Chevy guy last night, he said, hey, he was at the grocery and the chicken was packed and stacked. They had so much that they were marking it down. So what's going on with all these cyber attacks? And why isn't Russia doing something to stop it? That's the key question. And according to Representative McCall this past day, it's pretty plain and simple what's going on. Vladimir Putin is absolutely testing Joe Biden. The ransomware attacks, the Colonial Pipeline, now JBS. You cannot somehow dissect Vladimir Putin from these criminal organizations of Russia. They carry out these ransomware attacks. It's all interrelated with Russia. Perhaps they didn't get direct approval to do this, but certainly approval. It's also a very naive perspective of how Russia operates and who Putin really is. To try to say that the Russian president's unaware of these cyber attacks and that he does not benefit from them, Biden must be very forceful with him. This will be the third ransomware attack in just the last couple of weeks, he said. Consequences must come as a result of this. Biden is slated to meet with Putin on June the 16th, but White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, when she was asked about the topic, whether it's going to come up, she said, we're not going to take any options off the table. I think the president should be very clear to Putin if these attacks continue. Once we do the attributes, which means finding out the source of the attack, they will have to hit back and respond with a cyber offensive attack. That we are very capable of doing as a nation, she said. Only until we have the threat to Putin and the Russian criminal organization will this bad behavior stop. Now, McCall also discussed the decision of Texas Governor Abbott, who declared a disaster along the southern border this past day. He said the border situation is worse than he's ever seen right now. It is out of control. He said, my governor has declared it's a disaster. So they've actually made a disaster declaration. Governor Abbott pretty much came right out and stated, I'm doing Biden's job. The abysmal failure of the Biden administration. Yeah, Kamala's supposed to be in charge. Ain't neither one of them been to the border yet. They haven't even been there to see firsthand what's going on. And this has been going on since the day Joe Biden was sworn into office with all of his executive orders. How many days in are we now? Absolutely nothing being done. The flood of illegals continues. Tell you more of what Governor Abbott had to say this past day coming up here. Of course, we'll get to your calls. Want to jump on board here? Got a Thursday? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The World Health Organization says the Delta variant of the coronavirus, which was first identified in India, has spread to at least 62 other countries, leading to hotspots in Africa and Asia. The Western Pacific region is reporting its highest levels of infection and death since the beginning of the pandemic, with the largest rise in new cases seen in Myanmar. The WHO also said the Gamma variant, first found in Brazil, has spread to 64 countries. And a report shows that police had a tip about the man who detonated a bomb in downtown Nashville on Christmas Day. and could have done a better job of following up on that tip. The report, commissioned by Nashville Police Chief John Drake, said that officers received a tip in 2019 about Anthony Quinn Warner making a bomb in an RV in his yard from a friend. The report notes that officers followed protocols in place at the time and says there's no way of knowing whether they could have prevented the bombing. The report does make several recommendations for improving those protocols. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Got an old car? You can donate it, whether it's running or not, to the United Breast Cancer Foundation and save a life. They'll even come and pick it up for free. The United Breast Cancer Foundation has saved hundreds of women's lives through their free or low-cost breast screen exams. But now they need your help. The United Breast Cancer Foundation wants to save more lives through early detection by offering women free or low-cost breast screening exams. And donating your old car, SUV, or truck, whether it's running or not, helps pay for them. Plus, you get a charitable tax deduction. Help the United Breast Cancer Foundation save lives by donating your old car, SUV, or truck. Call now for free pickup. 800-280-2144. 800-280-2144. 800-280-2144. Call right now. That number again is 800-280-2144.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Settled in here on a Thursday. Off and rolling. What do we got? Hey, good morning, Fred. Good to have you with us. Heat Wave's asking Michigan Madman, how's the racing going these days? Yeah, give us an update there, Michigan Madman. Eskimo Mom's with us again tonight. Howdy to all. Roads beginning to dry out on I-70 in Indiana. Yeah, wrecks earlier tonight on 75 in Dayton. A huge backup. So it was detour onto 675 or run to my store through Indy. Tough choice. Yeah, rain, go away. Pappy's with us tonight. There you go. Let's see. Indy has a big section of 65, 70, the split there that's shut down for like 18. Yeah, probably not the best decision. Tough to get around Indianapolis right now. They've had big-time projects going for quite some time and will for quite some time there. Let's say, Dan says from Bethel, Ohio, Preacher Man Dan says hi. Looper checking in from Buffalo, Niagara Falls, New York this morning. Let's see. Kay says Sunday was 10 years since Bill and Peggy Stevenson were murdered in Boone County. There's a detective working the couple's case that shared some new information about the investigation. Maybe I'll see if I can look that up and share that with the audience there, Kay. Apparently, they worked with a chapel ministry at a truck stop, so many in the trucking community may have known them. Let's see. One other, Daniel says, Steve, the hardest thing is you got the the tofu-farting vegans in Washington, D.C., pushing plant-based burgers and meat to the school districts. I think this is just another BS attempt at crippling the beef industry. Let's look at Aberdeen, South Dakota. Individuals built a slaughterhouse. The government, under the Obama administration, crippled original builders financially, made them go bankrupt because they would not allow them to open up production. It wasn't until it was bought by another large company that it came online. I think the government's causing these problems. Anybody remember Federal Beef in West Fargo and Rapid City? Yeah, that was all government regulation that closed them down. Okay, and there were some that thought the Colonial Pipeline was also kind of just a odd little scenario. Is it really Russia? Who's doing the bad stuff? All right, plenty of room for you. What's on your mind? Jump on board at 844-844-3388. We'll get to some of the industry headlines coming up here. Back online. Good morning, Heat Wave.
Good morning, senor. How are you this morning?
Been missing you for a few days. What, you're running daylight hours? Is that it? You're solar powered these days?
Yeah. My co-driver decided it was time for him to go on vacation. And I told him, I said, look, I got to be back here Thursday so I can take my wife to the doctor's office. She's getting, what do they call it, endoscopy.
Okay.
Where they put a tube down your throat to see what's inside your stomach.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's not going to be in any mood to be driving after that. So I'm going to have to take a day off and take her in and let them check her oil and fluid levels. And then I'll just bring her back, and then I'll be back on the road. Probably running some more daylight hours. I don't know. We got so many people quitting and retiring from the company and going elsewhere. You wouldn't. It's unbelievable. I mean, 2 years ago, I started number 73 out of 75, and I'm officially listed at 59 on the board. But there are so many people that have, like I said, left. I don't know exactly where I stand on the board, but it's, it's good that I'm going up, but it's sad that everyone's leaving. I don't know if I ought to, I'm too old to follow suit. 54, soon to be 55, and on December 1st of this year. And it's getting to the point in my life where it's like, you know what, whoever I'm working for now, I'm going to stay with them until I retire, or until the company goes under. Hopefully it'll be after I retire that the company goes under.
Right.
So, hey, I got a serious rant, and I'm going to hold off on the wrestling thing. But who the hell does Biden work for?
Yeah, right. Good question.
He obviously don't give a damn about the American citizen. And I hope he's got some little peon listening here, and they go ahead and track me down, because I am just absolutely infuriated that he is bringing this economy down to that of Venezuela. He's paying people not to work. Well, that's the reason why you got the worker shortage. Who in the hell in their right mind is going to go work at a job, possibly getting $15 an hour, working 32 hours a week, if that? I mean, just because you're full-time doesn't mean you're getting the automatic 40. And not taxing that sitting on your ass money. Who in the right mind is going to give that up? And then they want to do another government handout.
I saw a headline this past day. They're actually talking about wanting to do another stimulus. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said, and that's what I've been hearing. And there was an online opinion poll, and it says, do you approve of another stimulus plan? 93% of them lazy asses out there said yes. I'm one of the 7% that said no. The hell's all this money coming from? Who is supporting this clown up there, the head jackass of the Democrat Party? Yeah, obviously, he doesn't care about American citizens, and more importantly, he doesn't care about the working American citizen. He gives more credence to illegal aliens. And that's not saying it's just Mexicans coming across the border. It's not just everybody in the what they call that, the triangle countries down there. Illegal aliens is coming from all over the damn world over here. And what are they doing? They're getting Social Security numbers by the government. Whether it's to track them or what, I don't know. But, even if it is, they're not going to do a damn thing about it. They're going to let them go and let them disappear. They're trying to turn red states purple or blue, because that's exactly where they're putting these people. I'm just so damn infuriated by the whole thing. I really can't even see straight.
Right.
But I mean, you got a guy that was elected by Democrats, ballot stuffers, dead people, and their pets. He chose a running mate who could not even get 1% of the vote in the primaries. So what the hell is she doing being vice president? Is it because of the color of her skin? And my understanding is she's not even black. I don't think Jamaicans consider themselves African Jamaicans, or East Indians.
Right.
I don't know what the hell all this is about. But what does she have to bring to the table besides knee pads and a pucker up stick?
Yeah.
And Nancy Pelosi and her drunk ass, I read somewhere where they had to actually escort her off the floor of the house because she was just losing it out there, calling everybody a bunch of F'ers and MFers, and I mean, just going off. Now, how true that is, I don't know, but knowing her history with alcohol.
I think I've seen some of those scenarios, which, they fact check says, no, that didn't really happen. No, they had the one video, which was kind of, I guess, digitally doctored to make it sound like she was slurring her words and whatnot. That was a fake video, but I think everybody knows she has her fair share of cocktails.
Yeah, on the American taxpayer dime. But, how many times have the fact checkers later on been found out they were wrong? Especially about this China virus. I mean, you can't call it nothing else but the Wuhan China virus. They're trying to sweep that under the rug. And it's like, no. You know what? Stop BSing these people. Stop trying to sugarcoat everything. Trump may not have been the most pleasant president, but he didn't BS anybody. He didn't sugarcoat nothing. He told you flat out what it is. And this jackass in the White House right now is absolutely killing this country. Why would you turn off, cancel a pipeline for us here in America and then just get rid of 54,000 jobs immediately, but then allow Russia to go ahead and have their pipeline, giving them his great endorsement? I mean, oh, boy, I tell you what, I'm trying hard not to yell right now, but tell you what, later on, I may be channeling some Randy Macho Man Savage or Hulk Hogan, and I may have to call in when it's the quietest hour on the radio or the loneliest hour just to wake people up out there talking about the wrestling match. And, oh, you know, I was talking to Moose the other day, and someone was asking, somehow I've become the 18-wheeling 411 operator, and I get all these, what they call it, not the, when you get a bunch of callers online, what do they call that, a conference call. Mm-hmm. I'm the conference call operator, apparently, because I'll be talking to somebody, and then someone else will call me, and I'll join them up on the line, and then we're all talking, and here comes another and another and another. I mean, we just, you know, shoot the crap about anything and everything out there, and even give each other a little bit of crap. Someone was asking Big Moose if he's but he's talking about, you know, maybe getting off the road after this operation. He said he really don't know, but he would like to see more of America than just driving by and waving at it on his way to his next destination. And I don't remember who it was. I think it was Flyrod. Asked him if he'd been to the Grand Canyon, and he said no, he didn't really particularly care to go down in that hole full of rattlesnakes. He said he's seen it from the side of the road and said, you know, that's as close as he wants to get to it. And I said, Moose, you know why you really haven't been down there in the canyon? Because there ain't an ass big enough.
I knew you were going to, because once you get down there, there ain't a donkey or an ass big enough to haul you back out.
He must have told you or something, or else you were reading my mind.
I read your mind. It'd be the moose that broke the camel's back. I don't know if a camel could haul him out of there.
Oh, Lordy. All I could see is four jackasses underneath him trying to bring him back up from the top down and back up. And, you know, more than likely what would happen, he would have to put the asses on his back just to bring them back up, because them poor animals would be, just the ears would be drooping and that tongue would be hanging, you know, just panting like a dog. So, anyways, yeah, I guess that's what I needed to break the tension here, because, we really are in the bad shape. I mean, just 120 days in, if that. Oh, good Lord, what are we going to do for the next, 18 months?
Yep.
I guess just sit down and bite our nails and pray for the best. We just had a special election up here for House of Representatives. I guess New Mexico grew enough to acquire one more. And it's a Democrat that won, obviously, because this state's so damn brainwashed into thinking the Democrats have all the answers. Now, this state has been run by Democrats. Even with Republican governors, the Democrats still rule the roost in Santa Fe. And they keep blaming the Republicans for Santa Fe's inability to get anything done or done right. And it's like, well, look at the people you keep voting in. These are the same ones that defraud the government. They're the ones that lie to you and with one hand and give you empty promises in another. They don't have the answers. They're politicians. And I was talking to Ed earlier. I says, I don't think I could be a good politician or a politician. I think I'd make a damn good statesman, but I could never be a politician. And you know the difference between the two. A politician gets votes for himself as far as, you know, all he does while he's in office. He doesn't do anything to benefit his constituents or the rest of the country. He's in there for himself. I mean, if that ain't the case, then why are there so many damn millionaires in Congress? Why are there so many of them that have stayed in office for so long? A statesman works on behalf of the people. You know, he may become a little richer than what his salary is, but not by god awful much. Like
not by millions of dollars, right? You know, she's got whatever her. If it's 140, 107, I don't know what her salary is per year, but yeah, you don't make that.
It ain't
and turn it into untold millions of dollars.
Yeah, no, you don't do that. I mean, that's working for yourself and yourself only. A statesman, yeah, he may go ahead and dabble a little bit to take care of his hacienda wherever he lives, you know, in the state that he's representing. And then, of course, they're in D.C. because it's not like you can just commute back and forth every day on, you know, Delta One or whatever. I mean, you've got to stay in D.C. to represent the people. You got to live up there somehow. I mean, I tell you what, if I ever did run for office, God forbid, and were to win, I think what I would do is I would just go ahead and line up a 16-foot or a 20-foot bumper hitch trailer, take it to the nearest campgrounds, KOA park or whatever, and just park it there and live out of that. To be a constant reminder of, you know, you have to work for a living and you have to earn what you work for. So, but yeah, I tell you what, I just ain't real happy with the situation right now, like the rest of America, the right-sided thinking people of America, or as the school teacher from Blazing Saddles said, "We, the white God-fearing people of Rock Ridge." You know, just to have that kind of attitude, just, you know, not the white people attitude, but I mean, just to have the right thinking, right minded people out there that actually give a damn about this country instead of just using it to further stuff the greenbacks in their back pocket. So, other than that, what else did I miss?
Well, you brought up a handful of good things, and tell you what, I'll follow up on those as we roll toward top of the hour news update, and yeah, we'll look forward to that call during the loneliest hour on the radio. Yeah, there you go. Where do I begin? One of the first things you brought up is Kamala Harris. I'll hold off on that. Yeah, there was a statement from Representative Grinnell that alluding to the fact you think this woman's ready to lead this country? That is a complete joke. No kidding. But he also brought up another stimulus check. Have you heard they're actually discussing that? An ex-economic advisor to President Trump, former President Trump, Stephen Moore, cautioning the Biden administration should not pass another $2 trillion stimulus because it would wreck an already improving economy. One thing we cannot do, given this new threat of inflation, is to pass another $2 trillion debt bill. Well, actually, Biden has two $2 trillion debt bills that would cause an absolute explosion in inflation. They're bad for American competitiveness. Moore said, we don't have a need for this $1.9 trillion spending bill. I mean, what's so frustrating about this The economy is teed up. The economy's teed up for an explosion of growth. We've got businesses back all over the country. Businesses are opening up. Stores, restaurants, construction sites. It's a marvelous thing to see. We've got the vaccine out there, over 150 million Americans. That's great. All we need is Biden, just stop. Stop what you're doing. You're making things worse, not better. According to the damning statistics from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the price of food has gone up 2% in the past 12 months, but the price of energy has gone up 25%. Criticizing President Biden for moving us away from energy independence. Remember, Trump wanted to start the drilling in Alaska? That was a great thing. Well, Biden suspended that, and he implemented that this past week. So we're not going to get any oil from Alaska. Yeah, they're also in the Permian Basin, which is the richest oil field probably in the world. They want to stop the drilling there because of the prairie. What is that? The prairie rabbit? No, it's a chicken. The prairie chicken. Yeah, come on, the prairie chicken. We're running out of chickens in this country. I mean, my God, they're trying to find an excuse not to drill for American oil no matter where. And he's right. Now, I mentioned the numbers from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and we were talking about the actual shortage of workers in this country. It is a real thing. According to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce this week, announced a nationwide initiative to address the worker shortage in the U.S., calling the crisis the most critical, widespread challenge facing business today. The initiative, called America Works, aims to mobilize industry and government to swiftly address America's deepening worker shortage crisis. The worker shortage is real and is getting worse by the day, again, from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce president. The chamber notes the lack of workers to fill open jobs, it's not necessarily a new problem, but keeping our economy going requires we fill those jobs. The reports suggest removing barriers that prevent people from entering the workforce, getting individuals the skills they need for the open positions. Well, there's a hell of a lot of jobs out there that don't take a college degree. And those are the kind of jobs, overwhelmingly right now, that are not being filled. Now, the caveat is, he throws in this little thing called, we need to enact sensible immigration policy. Oh, there's the key. We need to take all these jobs that are open and legalize the millions of illegals that are here currently. And undoubtedly, the next step is going to be, let's open up let's let all this flood that's coming in. We're spreading them out around the country as we speak. They can fill these jobs. Chamber of Commerce said there was a record 8.1 million job openings in March, and it's only got worse. And only about half as many available workers for every open job across the country. How could you say there's only you're saying there's only 4,500,000 people available to work? How many are still sitting home drawing the unemployment right now? Hello? All right, with that, a tad bit behind. We'll get our news update here. Back with your calls. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden is calling on all Americans to help the country get to the goal of 70% of adults receiving at least one dose of COVID vaccine. In remarks on Wednesday, the president declared June a month of action in a push to get to his 70% goal by Independence Day. He also touted the social progress being made by millions of fully vaccinated people.
And now, tens of millions of Americans have been vaccinated. they're able to return to closer to normal life. Fully vaccinated people are safely shredding their masks and greeting one another with a smile. Grandparents are hugging their grandkids again. Small business owners are reopening storefronts and restaurants because of the vaccination strategy.
The latest data from the CDC says that about 62% of adults have received at least one shot, with 12 states having already reached the president's goal of 70%. This is USA Radio News.
Billy Gerard here for Ocean Salmon. It's the New Year is on its way and you're making those resolutions. One of yours this year to eat better. And you know what? Salmon should be a part of that. And the best salmon is available delivered to you from our friends at oceansalmon.com. Chilean, farm-raised, sustainably raised in the cold Chilean waters. You know, it's one thing to make a commitment to eat better. The next step in that is knowing where your salmon comes from. The very best salmon comes from Chile, and that is oceansalmon.com. Go right now, oceansalmon.com. Use promo code ROCKSTAR15. You will get an additional pound of salmon, 15% off, and free shipping. Ocean Salmon, OSHENSALMON, oceansalmon.com. Promo code ROCKSTAR15. Free shipping, an additional pound, oh my goodness, and 15% off. Oceansalmon.com, OSHEN salmon.com. That's oceansalmon.com. Promo code ROCKSTAR15. Hurry, supplies are limited.
The CDC says that deaths from kidney disease rose during the pandemic. Tim Berg reports.
The CDC says more patients with kidney failure died during the first 7 months of the pandemic than would have been expected. A new report showing roughly 7,000 to 10,000 people had end-stage renal disease. That's when a kidney stops working and the filtering of a person's blood requires dialysis or a transplant. The CDC saying these patients face higher risk of dying from COVID because of their weakened immune systems. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And a second drug test for Kentucky Derby winner Medina Spirit has confirmed the presence of a banned substance. A lawyer for the horse's trainer, Bob Baffert, confirmed the failed test Wednesday, which could lead to Medina Spirit's Derby win being overturned. Baffert himself could face further punishment as well. He's currently suspended by New York racing officials and has not been allowed to enter any horses at this weekend's Belmont Stakes. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott has issued a disaster declaration along the Texas-Mexico border in response to the continued surge of illegal immigrant crossings. The governor's declaration in 34 Texas counties authorizes more state resources to assist law enforcement in those affected areas. Governor Abbott said in a statement that he was making the move to confront the border crisis in the absence of federal action and to protect Texans. Former acting ICE Director Tom Homan says the governor's declaration is needed. He tells Fox News that the situation on the border is a national security risk.
His troopers have seized a record amount of fentanyl. And fentanyl spreads over this country. It killed over 64,000 Americans during the last crisis on the border. The criminal cartels control the Mexican-U.S. border, and Joe Biden administration handed it to them. They use this humanitarian crisis. They'll push hundreds of family groups in one area, tie all the Border Patrol agents up, so they move their fentanyl and their gang members to unprotected areas, which creates a national security crisis, not accounting how many people on the FBI watch list have got in successfully that we didn't arrest. It's a severe national security crisis.
And legendary basketball coach Mike Krzyzewski plans to retire as Duke University's men's coach at the end of the 2021-22 season. Stadium First reporting on the coach's plans. Krzyzewski is the winningest coach in Division I men's basketball, winning 5 national championships in his 41 seasons at Duke. Only UCLA's John Wooden has won more titles. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, back at it here on a Thursday as we make our way into the third day of June. June 3, 2021. Good to have you with us. Yes, plenty of room for you at 844-3388. All right, today going to be probably the soggiest day of the week in the East. Yeah, we look back over the Memorial Day weekend between Friday and Sunday. You had a slow-moving, unusually cold storm that drenched the Northeast. Saw a good 1 to 3 inches of rain. The ground is saturated. Now, you've had 2 or 3 days of dry weather. The ground's still rather moist. So with the rains approaching, the risk of flash flooding a bit higher than average at this point for parts of the central Appalachians, the mid-Atlantic, on up into southern New England, where the bulk of the rain from last weekend's storm occurred. Moist ground will become quickly saturated from downpours that are forecast to pivot through the region between now and Friday. And we'll see some ponding of water, poor drainage areas, quick rises along some of the smaller streams. The setup with this particular scenario, flooding of small streams should be an isolated event. The main problem is going to be travel delays and the risk of street and highway flooding in areas that are prone to taking on water during heavy rain events. In this case, the system's forecast to cause the downpours should keep moving along. Any urban-style flooding should be brief. But today, again, Thursday, expected to be the wettest day overall for the eastern quarter of the nation. Expect slowdowns on the highways with the downpours. Showers and thunderstorms were already expanding in coverage west of the Appalachians this past day, and that's forecast to extend their reach over the Appalachians through the overnight hours tonight. Showers and thunderstorms forecast to retreat to the east and out to sea by Friday. Could probably be some lingering showers, maybe a rumble of thunder along the coastal areas for a period of time. Another aspect of the pattern between now and Friday will be the potential for some locally robust thunderstorms. A few of these storms from anywhere from Kentucky to Tennessee, northwestern Alabama could become strong enough to bring a few incidents of damaging winds, hail, flash flooding. You're not anticipating any sort of a widespread event. All right, we could see a few of these storms bringing gusty winds from North Carolina all the way up to New York State through the day today, Thursday. A few communities could be hit by storms that pulse at just the right time in the central Appalachians and the mid-Atlantic during the afternoon and early evening hours Thursday. These could potentially bring down some trees, cause some minor property damage, as these spotty, heavy, gusty storms roll along that corridor from New York City to Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., down into Charlotte, North Carolina this afternoon and evening. We could be talking some airline delays as well. Rain is needed over the southern Atlantic states as this system's probably going to deliver a little bit of moisture into Friday. The storm that soaked the Northeast over the holiday weekend just barely grazed the Southeast. They only picked up a few brief rounds of showers. I think Monkey Gouger was talking about the Carolinas being very dry. So we should see a general soaking anywhere from a half inch to 1 inch of rain from eastern South Carolina, much of North Carolina, and southern Virginia between now and Friday. I guess that would be some good news for those areas. Charlottesville, Virginia, Wilmington, North Carolina have picked up less than an inch of rain in the month of May. Wow, so they're way behind. They would typically see like 5 inches. So the dryness in the southeast is most significant over Florida. Now that the daily regimen of thunderstorms has resumed with the formation of high pressure over the central Atlantic, they should see an uptick in downpours. June marks the start of the rainy season over Florida. Moisture from the Atlantic producing morning showers on the Atlantic coast, which then billow into thunderstorms over the interior during the midday and afternoon hours. Miami averages about 5 inches of rain in May, typically double that in the month of June. There you go. All right, so in the upcoming weekend, looks like the potential for spotty thunderstorms along the Carolina coast will continue as storms will tend to riddle the Florida peninsula. Most interior locations in the southeast probably going to be rain-free. Maybe a little reduction in the humidity levels there. All right, before we get back to your calls real quick like here, Kamala Harris. I guess she went into the Memorial Day weekend. Did you catch the fact that she took a lot of flack? What is Memorial Day weekend all about? Is it all about grilling out with friends? Going to the races? Yeah, that's a part of the Memorial Day weekend. Memorial Day weekend is about remembering those who have served and paid the ultimate price, the ultimate sacrifice, losing their lives to defend this country, to defend the freedoms we enjoy in this country. And for the Vice President of the United States to send out a tweet going into the weekend that simply said, "Enjoy the long weekend. Hurrah, hurrah." No mention of what the weekend is about. So again, she took a lot of flack. Now, according to Richard Grinnell, she's not used to taking that kind of flack because she's always been covered by the California liberals that just fawn over everything she does, no matter how inappropriate. What we're seeing now is Kamala Harris really stumble on the national stage. Whether it's her inability to go down and communicate on the border, why she's in charge or what the problems are, she cannot articulate. She's not physically going to be there. Why? Or now what we see is her stumbles where she's not quite able to articulate patriotism. Now, Richard Grinnell is a California conservative. There ain't many of those. Liberals from my state just skate by, giving her nothing but favorable media coverage. They never test. She's totally unprepared for any sort of scrutiny. The idea that she's ready to lead this country is an absolute joke, he says. She's never been put through the rigor. She's really unaccustomed to tough questions. You'll notice she's not meeting the press. She's not going out because she's just really used to having the comfortable Sacramento press cover her, which means all she sees is glowing reviews for anything she does. Now that she's in Washington, well, she still has the progressive D.C. reporters that glow all around her, but she is now having to face some of the conservative media or real journalism. She's not used to that. California's got a one-party system. That's the root of the former senator's ineptitude. The one-party system. Kamala Harris has not been put forward in any way to the media to be scrutinized. She's not unique to that. In most Democrats, it's most Democrats in California because we have a one-party system. They just go through their career. They never get any pushback or any tough questions in this state. Most Democrats in California actually lack patriotism. Because there's a consequence in doing that in a party that gets votes from groups that see America as systemically racist, a country that's built on bad morals. You're not allowed to be patriotic in California, apparently. In Sacramento, when you become someone that articulates patriotism, you're at the risk of being called a nationalist or a racist. So what happens is politicians like Kamala Harris, they avoid it. They don't wear their patriotism up front like most of us do. Now, you can have a debate on whether that's good or bad, but I think it's really bad, he says. When you have a leader, you need them to articulate their love for our country, the values of sacrifice of those before us. Freedom is not free, as the saying goes. And that certainly needed to be articulated, for sure, on Memorial Day weekend. Again, to which Kamala Harris said, enjoy the long weekend. Yep, she's just one hop, skip, and a jump from the office of President of the United States. What's going on, Monkey Gouger?
Well, hello there, Steve. How are you tonight?
Not half bad. Your week going all right? Out there playing in the rain, or did you find some dry weather?
Well, I want to thank you for sending some rain to South Carolina today. We got a good bit of rain down there. It's raining up here in North Carolina, but we are getting some much-needed rain, and that corn getting a soaking, so maybe it can recover.
That's good.
But, from time to time, we talk about the load from hell. Well, I got the load from hell on. It's been a rat race. Started yesterday, got over there, opened the doors. They got their stuff off and told me that everything was good. Got to the next stop, and it comes up short. And then I'm 81 boxes over. So we got to calling around and everything, and kind of find out they loaded the trailer wrong.
Uh-oh.
They had it in the wrong stop sequence. So I'm back down here tonight trying to deliver this 81 boxes, pick up the other 81 boxes they took off that didn't belong to them, and then I'll probably be out the Friday morning. You talking about a load from hell? This is the load from hell. Get up there last night and back in at this customer. That world-famous chicken company, one of them jackknifed the bobtail in there. It's crooked. I had to back around him, woke him up. I said, hey, man, you got to move your truck. Well, I got to move for. I said, well, look how you parked. I can't even back in. I said, you jackknife trying to drop your trailer. And he got all bent out of shape, so I bent him out of shape too. So anyway, it's just been one thing after another, but the blessing to it, we got some rain and everything going good. But, Steve, have you read anything, any update? I think it's the National Cow Haulers have sent a letter up there to Washington asking that creature up there that we got in charge of the transportation department to, go ahead and extend the deal that they sent out about is a national emergency for it to keep running due to this JBS thing to keep the cattle supplied and everything.
All I know is the national declaration for COVID relief in trucking, the exemption from the hours, they did extend that, I think, a week or so ago. I believe it goes through August now.
Oh, they say in August. I hadn't seen nothing on it. I just seen that little bit on Facebook when I was looking at it today. They had sent another letter up there. So I knew they were talking about extending the hours for the cow haulers to August, where they wouldn't have to run a logbook, but I didn't know if it had went through or what the update was. And I thought maybe they had done something else. There's so much going on right now, it's not even funny. But did you see where, old Dr. Fauci got up there and has lied his ass off about he didn't have no connection, and they found the emails.
Is Fauci going to go to jail?
Hell no. There ain't none of them dirty Democrats going to jail. But the thing about it is Rand Paul is wanting to open up an investigation.
Yeah.
Now he was ranting, boy. I mean, he come down on them like a ton of bricks. And they also want to find out how many times they got record where Fauci and Bill Gates had talked over 65 times, and they want that brought to light. Want to know what was discussed, everything else. You know, I tell you something. This storm that we're in right now might have a rainbow at the end of it. When they start finding out, they start exposing all these elites to how crooked they really are and how they're trying to run this country down, and everything else. But you know, with this food shortage deal, you know, a couple of years ago we were looking down at Venezuela and think about how bad it was for them down there. Damn, it don't look like they're trying to do that to us. I mean, it's one thing and another. But if you go back and you dig up this Juan Banista that is over this JBS deal, I mean, this guy had got one CD pass, crooked dealings, you know, and everything. And this JBS is not an American entity. It's owned by the down there where he lives in Brazil.
Brazil, yeah.
And that's another foreign company that they claim they're the largest in the world, feeding America. And then we look over yonder at this other baking company over there that's owned by the Chinese, that's the largest in the world, feeding pork products. What in the hell is these people in Washington thinking about letting these mergers go through where these foreign companies are controlling our food? It just amazes me. I mean, it's just one thing after another that I can't believe, you know. But Steve, you look back over the last 40 years, and we got the same crackerheads up there that's running this thing, that's running it now. And it is time for America to stand up and say we have had a damn enough of the rhetoric, just like Heatwave was talking about, these millionaires that were made in Congress, expose them. And there's a lot of blowback now. I mean, there's a blowback up there in Virginia that's going on with the school up there, one county up there. They are really blowing back on this 1619 agenda, 1519, whatever it is. They're blowing back hard. You start to see more and more people getting fed up with it. And the other thing that I found really interesting that was exposed today, you know, they keep saying there's been 150 million people that has taken this shot. But come to find out, it's a long ways from that. Being the 150 million they claim that they got inoculated.
Yeah.
They're saying only probably 50 million people has took this shot.
Really? I hadn't heard that.
Yep. And it's just amazing at how they keep pushing this thing. But I'm with Rand Paul 100%. I'm not taking it. Ain't going to take it. Don't have no intentions of taking it. This thing is experimental, just like he said. We don't know what the repercussions of it is. And even if there isn't a repercussions, they're not letting it out. It's just like the 26,000 people that died from it already. We don't know what the real numbers are. And people coming up with symptoms of it. The CDC is checking into something now that is causing blood clots and everything else, but we're not hearing a whole lot about it. We're just being, like Donald Trump said, fake news, fake news, fake news, fake news. So anyway, that's about all my rant for tonight. And once again, I want to thank you for the rain in South Carolina, because you must have pushed your button up there.
I told you I'd do what I could do, and yeah, you do have a little bit of rain down there in North Carolina. Hey, it looks like you may get some more rain here. Good news for the farmers there, right? Yeah, how about Dr. Fauci? You know, if you're like me, yeah, I mean, from the very beginning, just the look on the guy's face when he was flanking then Vice President Pence or President Trump is, he's going to be the lead dog in this COVID. He's going to give us all the information we need. I was just very suspicious. He just comes across to me as a liar. Sometimes first impressions. Now the latest. The house of cards, it appears, begins tumbling in on Fauci. He's the director of the National Institute for Allergy and Infectious Disease, a staunch defender of the natural origin of COVID. It happened in that wet food market, the meat market there in Wuhan. So he says. In May of last year, CNN was using Fauci's statements on the issue as proof that President Trump was spouting a ridiculous conspiracy theory. Again, CNN says, quote, "For weeks now, President Donald Trump has been making the case that the coronavirus originated not in nature, but in a lab in Wuhan, China. Enter Anthony Fauci, perhaps the single most prominent doctor in the world at the moment. Interview with National Geographic. Fauci was definitive about the origins of the virus. He says, if you look at the evolution of the virus in bats and what's out there now, the evidence is very strongly leaning towards this could not have been artificially or deliberately manipulated. Everything about the stepwise evolution over time indicates this virus evolved in nature and then jumped species." Quote, Dr. Fauci. Now, before we played the game, I said, remember this. Only one of these two people is a world-renowned infectious disease expert, and it's not Donald Trump. Oh, the difference a year can make. Mainstream media is now being forced to face the fact that Fauci and a bunch of other so-called experts that they paraded before me and you have been no more reliable than your average armchair quarterback or armchair scientist, as we would say now. All these mainstream outlets, even this past day, the Washington Post, is going back to, quote, correct their stories from a year ago, when they said all this stuff Trump was saying has been totally debunked. It's false. What Trump is spouting is lies. Since the beginning of the pandemic, Fauci has been front and center, given all his recommendations time and time again. He would change his mind. It's the left foot today, it's the right foot tomorrow. It's wear a mask today, it's no mask tomorrow. Oh, it's two masks the next day. I mean, flip-flopping over and over again. The usefulness of masks. Americans should not be wearing masks because they don't work. That was a quote. Masks definitely work. They should be worn by everyone. You should wear not one, but two for safety measures. Those are quotes from Fauci. He's gone from promising a mask-free existence once the vaccine rolls out to insisting that you wear a mask even after you've been vaccinated. We might need to wear masks in perpetuity, forever. The virus isn't going to go away. His biggest flip-flop today has to be his stance on the origin of the COVID now. A couple of weeks ago, Fauci is now claiming I'm not really convinced that this virus originated in nature after all. I mean, we're talking more than a year that he's maintained that. We have to continue looking into this. What went on in China until we found out, to the best of our ability, what happened? Considering Fauci's opinion has been used by mainstream media and fact checkers to censor anything you or me have tried to say otherwise on social media, including people with far more impressive credentials than Fauci, who at the end of the day is an administrator. He's a paper pusher. He's not a working scientist. This, what is undoubtedly a public 180-degree turn, is so doubt-causing embarrassment. He's now embarrassed all the, quote, mainstream reporters. And they're all now scrambling to justify the errors that they've made in their reporting over the past year. As the truth begins to unfold. Monkey Gouger mentioned the emails. Yes, these emails have just been revealed. There are 3,200 pages of emails, and some of these are really eyebrow raisers. These are emails from Dr. Fauci. Who's he been talking to? What's he been saying? Apparently what he's saying in his emails to some of his buddies is a whole hell of a lot different than what he's been saying in front of the cameras to the mainstream media and to the American people. And like I said, the house of cards begins to tumble. Back with more of your calls. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
An appeals court has denied a request by a group of landlords to resume evictions that have been on hold for more than a year. In December, the CDC's eviction moratorium was struck down by a U.S. district judge, who then immediately put a hold on the ruling to allow the Biden administration time to appeal. The three-judge panel from the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals denied the landlord's appeal on Wednesday to lift the order on the previous ruling, saying in their decision that an appeal from the Department of Health and Human Services is likely to succeed. And a report shows that police had a tip about the man who detonated a bomb in downtown Nashville on Christmas Day and could have done a better job of following up on that tip. The report, commissioned by Nashville Police Chief John Drake, said that officers received a tip in 2019 about Anthony Quinn Warner making a bomb in an RV in his yard from a friend. The report notes that officers followed protocols in place at the time and says there's no way to know if they could have prevented the bombing. The report does make several recommendations for improving those protocols. This is USA Radio News.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, "My air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it." Jeff, a customer, wrote, "My air conditioner broke and I got a new one at no out-of-pocket cost." Mary, a former non-customer, wrote, "My heating system stopped running. I had to spend $3,000 to get a new one." Lisa, a customer, wrote, "My heater stopped working. I got it fixed at no out-of-pocket cost. For about $1 a day, you can have all the major appliances and systems in your home guaranteed fixed or replaced with HSC's home warranty coverage. Call now, and the first month is free. If the lines are busy, please call back."
Call now, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182. Again, that's 800-238-9182.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Guess the places that I've been.
Yeah, often it takes a bit of time for the truth to surface, right? Especially when the mainstream media spends an entire year trying to bury the truth. Video released where Freddie Sayers interviews a guy by the name of Nicholas Wade, a former New York Times science writer, about the two primary origin of the virus theories. Evidence supporting the lab link or the natural origin theories. Yeah, the preponderance of clues leads towards the origination in a lab, most likely the Wuhan Institute of Virology, having undergone some sort of manipulation to encourage infectiousness and pathology in humans. There's research dating as far back as 1992 detailing how inserting a furin cleavage site right where we find it in the COVID is a sure way to make a virus deadlier. One of 11 studies written by Dr. Zhengli Shi, the head of COVID research at Wuhan Institute of Virology. We'll just call it the WIV. The arguments laid out in support of natural origin theories, meanwhile, are grounded in speculation that require you to throw out scientifically possible scenarios. And from a scientific standpoint, that is very ill-advised. Seems like proponents of lab escape can explain all the available facts about SARS-2 considerably more easily than those who favor the natural emergence. And then here a week or so ago, Fauci was being grilled by Rand Paul about the gain of function research, as they call it. Yeah, Fauci made an exchange with Rand Paul that the National Institute of Health has not ever and does not now ever fund what they call gain of function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Well, Discovery, a research article by the WIV scientists, discovery of a rich gene pool of bat SARS-related COVID coronavirus, providing new insight into the origin of the coronavirus. For example, this qualifies as gain of function. And it was clearly a product of funding from the National Institutes of Health. What it really comes down to, Fauci has been trying to redefine what gain of function is. He's twisting words, in other words. Back to the emails here quickly. A key figure in the research at the Wuhan lab personally thanked Dr. Fauci for downplaying the likelihood that COVID originated in a lab. More than a year later, we now find that it's now under investigation. Peter Desac, president of EcoHealth Alliance, that's a research group that secured a grant to perform COVID research, or should I say coronavirus research, in Wuhan before the pandemic. Actually wrote to Dr. Fauci in April of 2020 to say a personal thank you on behalf of our staff and collaborators after Fauci dismissed the idea that it started in a lab. Fauci responded to that email, April 18 of 2020, to thank Desac for his, quote, kind note. Earlier in the day, Fauci was asked directly about the lab leak hypothesis during a COVID briefing. He said the scientific evidence is totally consistent with a jump of a species from an animal to a human. Now, that exchange between Desac and Fauci, part of more than 3,200 pages of Fauci's emails that BuzzFeed obtained through a Freedom of Information Act and posted online Tuesday. So there's thousands of emails being scoured through as we speak. Fauci has since publicly changed his tone, now acknowledging that the virus, it might have actually come from a lab. Good old Dr. Fauci. Yeah, somebody's been lying to us for a long time. It's one representative, who was that this past day, that said this appears to have been one of the greatest cover-ups in history. See if I can find that. Get to it coming up. First, let's get back to your calls. Jump on in. It's 844-844-3388. Plenty of lines available here. Good morning, Red Mule. What's happening?
Well, Steve, I made it through stinking Lincoln, so I should be set to run good, except for, it's a nice night for driving, except for all those geniuses in Washington got that DLD and the 14-hour rule, so I'm going to have to shut down here in a little bit.
Oh, boy.
Steve, I sound like a broken record if I suggested term limits for future. And Fauci's been in there how many years? 40 years, 50 years? What is it, somewhere in that neighborhood?
It's 40-something years, yeah.
And it's just like J. Edgar Hoover. It's human nature. I mean, the NRA, look what happened to them when they had the same guy in there all the time. And it just happens over and over again. It's human nature. We need to recognize the people get in there and they begin to think they're God and they can do anything they want to do. In fact, Steve, I can make the argument for term limits against Moses. He go back and study your Bible history. God going to allow him go into the promised land because of the statement he made. He thought he was all powerful. And the same thing applies over and over again. And we just need to recognize it and put limits in there to how long a person can be in a political position. Steve, I hate lawyers as much or more than anybody, but if Fauci's been making $400,000 a year, I would think his net worth's got to be, $2 or $3 million at least, wouldn't you think?
Absolutely, at least.
I think it's time for a class action suit. Everybody that lost a loved one, I think he's supposed to have a book coming out, and I hate to see him get rewarded for his sorry behavior. I think it's time they get a class action suit from everybody that's lost a loved one against Dr. Fauci so that he doesn't profit off this deal. What do you think?
Yeah, I did see something about he's got a book coming out about how he's been such a great leader for this COVID pandemic.
Yeah, something along that line, I guess. I don't know. I kind of tuned the dang guy out after everybody says the same thing about him, but I understand he's supposed to have a book coming out, kind of like Andrew Cuomo's got a book coming out about being a great leader.
Bingo.
There's a couple of other subjects. Did you see that video about the young lady pushing a bear off the wall as after her dogs?
I did. How about that? I don't know that I would have been able to go out there and do that.
Well, I understand it's, impromptu, but good grief. I mean, we all do things without thinking, but I guess, did they ever say exactly where that was, Steve? I never did get, I said it was somewhere in California there. But the thing that hits close to home with me is we got some new neighbors, 3 houses up. Apparently the lady told one of my other neighbors that they saw a mountain lion in their backyard here a couple of weeks ago. And with it being so dry out there, it could happen. I don't know. Maybe these people are BSers, but maybe they're telling the truth. And I just, after dark, I'm kind of leery about going outside my house now. So, especially after seeing that thing about the bear, I'm glad it turned out well for it. I see a couple other items I picked up might be of interest to your listeners. Did you see the thing that Tesla's looking to get in the restaurant business?
I did. How about that? You stop in, get you a cup of coffee and a hamburger while you charge your car.
Yeah, you got to have a certain amount of respect for Elon Musk. I mean, I never would have thought of that, but it sure made sense. And the other thing was, they're saying that a couple of the hot shots there for Apple that were working on their self-driving car or whatever have left the company. And so they're wondering if Apple's ever going to come out with a car. Did you see any more on that?
That one I have not, no.
I've heard that a couple of times, and I don't know any more details on that. So, hey, Steve, I wouldn't want to butt into nobody's life, but Doc Holliday contacted you last night, was saying that he was short on funds. I think maybe it's time to reinvigorate H&H Enterprises. And what I was kind of, I don't want to try and tell Doc what to do, but Doc being a charismatic person and ingenious, what's the word I want? Hey, how you know what I'm saying? Surely Doc could get hold of some of them people that printed up all them illegal ballots down there in Georgia and talk to them about printing up some COVID vaccine passports. What do you think?
1995?
Well, it might take 2 or 3 months, payments to do that. I think you'd have a market on it. So if he calls in, you might suggest that to the good doctor. So that's all I got for this morning, Steve.
All right. Again, he sent me a message last night. I think he was, I'm too drunk to call in. He's having fun at the casino. I don't know how much, did you win or lose there, Doc? Isn't that typically the motive of the casino is to give you free drinks? Because especially if you're on a roll, if you're winning, I don't care if you're playing slots or at tables, you'll start making some stupid decisions the more alcohol you consume. So give them more, and all of a sudden that pile of chips that they were up, they start losing, and then they start doubling down, doubling up their bets, and they end up giving it all back to the house. That's the name of the game. It's totally different subject here. Yeah, can't help but kind of wonder whether, we know that, especially in light of the facts of the ransomware attacks, that cyber warfare is it's a real thing, and it's pretty much ongoing around the world as we speak. But what's going on with Iran? Does it have anything to do with some sort of a cyber attack? Question in my mind, could it be Israel? Could it be the United States? What's happening, right? Yeah, here just a few weeks ago, we have, of course, Iran's been supplying and sponsoring Yeah, the terrorist organization running the Palestinian territory for years, stockpiling them with missiles and rockets to attack Israel. They came to a ceasefire. But two stories right now. The largest warship in the Iranian Navy caught fire and sank Wednesday in the Gulf of Oman. Unclear circumstances. The latest calamity to strike one of the country's vessels in recent years. The blaze started about 2:25 a.m. Firefighters tried to contain it. According to the Fars news agency, their efforts failed. And ultimately, 400 sailors and trainee cadets on board fled the vehicle. 33 suffered injuries. The ship sank near the Iranian port of Jask, southeast of Tehran, near the Strait of Hormuz. Satellite photos from the Planet Labs analyzed by the Associated Press show the ship off of Jask. No signs of fire as of 11 a.m. Tuesday, but again, the fire started in the early morning hours of Wednesday. Iranian officials offered no cause for the fire. An investigation is ongoing. And then we find this morning a huge fire has broke out at an oil refinery in the southern part of the Iranian capital of Tehran Wednesday. Iran's semi-official Tasnim news agency said all operations have been suspended as firefighters try to contain the blaze. Some of the photos show a massive blaze burning. A leak at a liquid gas pipeline at the facility, they say, started the fire. Spokesperson for the oil refining and distribution said the fire was caused by a gas tanker with a capacity of 20,000 barrels catching fire. Now, the head of the Tehran refining company, which runs the refinery, says they do not believe there's the possibility of sabotage. But Iranian media showed ambulances, firefighters dispatched to the area, thick plumes of black smoke over the refinery being seen from different parts of Tehran. You just can't help but wonder, but yeah, looking at one photo from off in the distance, that is a big blaze. So you lose your largest warship, and you've got a refinery fire that all occur within a matter of hours in the same day. All right, we've got wide open lines here on a Thursday morning. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? Let's get to some of our industry headlines here. A Washington State Patrol commercial vehicle enforcement officer hospitalized with serious injuries after his vehicle was hit by an impaired pickup driver while he was conducting a commercial vehicle inspection about 9 a.m. Tuesday morning in Discovery Bay, Washington. According to the news release, 55-year-old Alfred Alderson was completing a roadside inspection on the shoulder of southbound US 101 when he was struck from behind by a white Ford pickup truck. Alderson was actually inside his fully marked F-150 patrol vehicle with emergency lights activated. He did not have his seatbelt on at the time. He was about to exit to complete the inspection process when he was struck. The impact of the pickup strike pushing his vehicle into the semi. Yeah, both Johnson and Alderson were airlifted to a hospital for treatment of serious injuries. Police later learned the pickup Johnson was driving had been reported stolen to the sheriff's office. Johnson was impaired at the time of the crash. Witnesses reported seeing Johnson driving erratically southbound on US 101, including passing vehicles in a no-passing zone prior to going off the roadway to the right before striking the officer's vehicle. All right, what else we got? It may cause some delays, but 10 Service Plaza entry and exit ramps are scheduled to be closed intermittently for installation of truck parking sensors beginning this week on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Intermittent closures beginning on this Thursday, or today, I guess that would be, right? Thursday, it is. Continuing through June the 11th. The 10 ramps will be closed for about an hour at a time between the hours of noon and 4 p.m. They've got the list of times. I don't have time to pass that all on to you, but here's the way it's going to work. During the hour-long closures, the Turnpike Service Plaza entry ramps will be closed to all traffic. You can't get in to the Service Plaza. The exit ramps will remain open for the first 30 minutes. So anyone that's actually in the Service Plaza would be able to leave. But during the last half hour of the closures, the exit ramps would also be shut down. So if you're there, you're not going to be able to leave till they get reopened. Again, they're anticipating about 30 minutes would be your delay. But the newly installed sensors will be a part of the truck parking management system, which these kind of things are going up around the country, to provide truckers with real-time truck parking data with digital signs along the freeways and some of the third-party apps and trucking information systems, the kind of deal where you're several miles out, right? You got the digital sign that says Service Plaza ahead, 17 truck parking spaces available, or 0 truck parking spaces available. That kind of thing to keep you informed what's going on. One other tidbit before we get our top of the hour news update here. Hey, we've already got a shortage of chickens. What are you doing? More than 6,000 chickens were on board the semi that overturned in Indiana Tuesday. Goshen, Indiana. A truck was making a turn at 3rd and Main when the straps holding the cages in place snapped, allowing the load of chickens to fall off the trailer into the road. The truck owner was Miller Poultry, who said 6,400 chickens were on the truck at the time of the wreck. They don't really know how many chickens escaped, how many were killed in the wreck, but some of the photos, you've got lots of chickens out there in the road. Truck driver was not injured, but there you go. With that, we'll get our news update again. Plenty of room for you as we make our way into the early hours of a Thursday. It is 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
An appeals court has denied a request by a group of landlords to resume evictions that have been on hold for more than a year. In December, the CDC's eviction moratorium was struck down by a U.S. district judge, who then immediately put a hold on the ruling to allow the Biden administration time to appeal. The 3-judge panel from the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals denied the landlord's appeal on Wednesday to lift the order on the previous ruling, saying in their decision that an appeal from the Department of Health and Human Services is likely to succeed. And a report shows that police had a tip about the man who detonated a bomb in downtown Nashville on Christmas Day and could have done a better job of following up on that tip. The report, commissioned by Nashville Police Chief John Drake, said that officers received a tip in 2019 about Anthony Quinn Warner making a bomb in an RV in his yard from a friend. The report notes that officers followed protocols in place at the time and says there's no way to know if they could have prevented the bombing. The report does make several recommendations for improving those protocols. This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
President Biden will meet with Republican West Virginia Senator Shelley Moore Caputo to continue negotiations over his infrastructure proposal. But the administration has recently indicated that time for a deal is running out. Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm says there's optimism on both sides that a deal can get done. She tells CNBC that many of the aspects of the bill are things that both parties can support.
I think because some of this is just not controversial. Everybody agrees we've got to have roads and bridges and basic infrastructure, and including electricity that comes into your home. Everybody agrees that you don't want to turn on the tap water in your home and be poisoned by lead. So the bottom line is there is the shape of a bipartisan deal, and that is by far the president's preference. You know, it's not going to drag out beyond this summer, so we need to make sure that it happens quickly. But I think that, you know, there is a sense of optimism, I'll say that.
This is USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. Yeah. The new Edgar Bergen Hour with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you help me, I'll mow you down.
3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
The debate over the origins of COVID-19 continues, with lawmakers demanding a full investigation and the White House asking U.S. intelligence to deliver a report on the possibility that the virus escaped from a lab in Wuhan, China. Many who discussed that possibility early in the pandemic feel they were quickly dismissed, and now the idea is finally being given credence. Dr. Francis Collins says he believes that a natural transmission is still the most likely explanation for the virus's origins. The director of the National Institutes of Health tells Fox News that the history of coronaviruses leads him to that conjecture.
Because that's always been the case with other coronaviruses. With SARS, it turned out to be a civet cat. With MERS, it was a camel. With Ebola, we still don't know what the intermediate host was. It's not easy to figure this out. So just on a historical basis, that's the most likely path that was traveled. And again, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. To claim that the lab was responsible, we need to know that. But I don't think anybody, you or any of the others who are commenting, should jump to the conclusion that that's the most likely explanation right now. We do not know that. It might be, but we do not know.
And the largest warship in Iran's navy has sunk near the Straits of Hormuz after a large fire. Iranian officials say that they're investigating the fire that started Wednesday morning aboard the Karg, but have not given any explanation about what happened. About 400 sailors were forced to evacuate the ship, with at least 20 being injured. The ship sank while on patrol in the Gulf of Oman. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, thanks so much. Good to have you with us. And plenty of room for you. Lines available here on a Thursday morning. Jump on board at 844-844-3388. See, I got an email during the break there. Shaky said, Steve, my wife listens to a podcast that used to be a conservative morning radio show called Chicks on the Right, 93.1 out of Indianapolis. every once in a while, I'll listen in with her if I'm still up at that time of the morning. I just happened to be up with her Wednesday and listening in with her. And supposedly the reason the chicks don't do the morning show is that one of them moved to Texas, and the one that moved was madder than hell. She was saying she had found out that a Chinese military general had purchased, I believe she said, 200 square miles of land next to a U.S. military base. Now, why would a Chinese general or generals need or want that much land, especially next to a military base? Well, that's a good question there, Shaky. I do know that I've seen some stories in recent years about China buying all kinds of real estate here in the country. So I did a quick search here, pulled up one here from just a couple of months ago. How the Chinese are buying up America. The People's Republic of China isn't exactly a favorite of the American public since the Wuhan coronavirus outbreak. Americans are questioning whether or not all that cheap plastic junk from Walmart doesn't come with a hidden cost. It's not just about the virus. There's also the specter of deindustrialization, which has been a social disaster for the U.S., particularly in the Rust Belt. Plus, Tucker Carlson and others reported during the early days of the COVID how the United States was so dependent on China for our basic medical supplies, things like penicillin, which we touched on that. Perfectly clear. We don't make any antibiotics in the United States. None. We rely 100% on these life-saving drugs, antibiotics, primarily China, 80%. I believe the other is primarily India. India, by the way, relies on most of their raw materials, the basic ingredients, to make what they do make from China. The corporate press has been pretty much silent on the matter. They have a long history of sympathy for the People's Republic of China, and really, all enemies of America. But there's also a deep presence by the People's Republic of China in the United States, both in our media and our economy, specifically in the real estate market. If it sounds insane to you that the United States allows a hostile foreign power to own both media and land in this country, well, you're not alone. It might sound like we're making a mountain out of a molehill. If you read the article, you'll probably be amazed at just how deep the rabbit holes of Chinese influence in not only the American media, but the economy goes as well. This is nothing less than the defining national security issue of our age. How much land does China own in the United States? Cheap land, expensive labor, until Ted Kennedy's Immigration Act of 1965, Reagan's amnesty of 1986, NAFTA opened the floodgates of third world immigration, legal and illegal. When there wasn't enough labor, employers had to pay more than simply importing massive amounts of cheap labor from countries with little in the way of worker protection. There's a myriad of social consequences from this. Chief among them, that family formation is more expensive, less attainable for the average young American worker in the 21st century than it was in years past. Currently, 30 million acres of American farmland is owned by foreign investors, or fully 2.2% of all American farmland. For context, that's an area roughly the size of Mississippi or Pennsylvania. They're effectively absentee landlords who own some of the best real estate in the United States. For its part, China owned 191,000 acres, worth $1.9 billion as of 2019. That might not sound like a lot, but Chinese ownership of American farmland has exploded dramatically over the last decade. There's been a tenfold expansion of Chinese ownership of farmland in the U.S. in less than 10 years. There are some states, 6 as a matter of fact, Hawaii, Iowa, Minnesota, Mississippi, North Dakota, and Oklahoma, that ban foreign ownership of farmland. Massive Chinese investment in American farmland is troubling for one very obvious reason. It puts the food security of the nation in the hands of a hostile foreign power. It's understandable if no one reading this has any tears to shed for Big Aggie or Big Agriculture, but the real victims are the smaller landholders. Okay. American farmers or Chinese bureaucrats thousands of miles away. In addition to the farmland holdings, China owns more residential real estate than any other foreign country. According to MarketWatch, Chinese buyers accounted for roughly 25% of total foreign investment in U.S. residential real estate. Canada far behind at a relatively scant 9%. Chinese investment in California real estate, a driving force behind high housing prices in the Golden State. Again, it's worth noting, many of these properties are owned as rental properties by absentee landlords. All right. Then they actually go into the Chinese propaganda and the corporate media via the likes of Carlos Slim, the largest shareholder of the New York Times. He controls about a third of the board. His other ventures have very close ties to Chinese firms that are directly tied to the Chinese government. Washington Post. Jeff Bezos, Amazon CEO and owner of the Washington Post. Many of Amazon's biggest selling products, such as the Echo and the Kindle, of course, are manufactured in China by low-wage, low-skill workers. You got CNN, very closely tied to the People's Republic of China. They have a $50 million investment deal with the PRC, specifically an investment in China Media Capital, a private company, but it is subject to the censorship of the Chinese government. Maybe it's worth noting or remembering how CNN fawned over the Chinese reaction to the Wuhan coronavirus in the early days of the pandemic. And they go on, NBC, ABC, Bloomberg. Yeah, who is the biggest enemy out there? Who's the biggest threat? It'd have to be China. Speaking of which, I do have a story I printed earlier where China is actually rapidly expanding their nuclear arsenal to be a deterrent of the United States. Give you more on that coming up. Meanwhile, let's get back to the calls. What's happening this morning, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? Steve, we talked about this in the past several times. China has infiltrated this country, Steve, all the way up into our government. Unbelievable. And you just rattled off everywhere they got their paws on.
Yep.
And if this stuff with Fauci don't prove to us deplorables and everybody else out there who the enemy of this country is, you got to have blinders on, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Fauci was told this back in January, February, March, and April of 2020. The emails that came out. There was, I can't remember his name, one of them that flat out told him, we have some concerns, that the virus, I'm just paraphrasing here, could not be natural. There's signs in there that, it was not natural.
Came out of the lab.
Was told that. In either January or February of 2020. And this man stands up in front of the American people and he's covering his own ass. And it's been proven that he financed that lab.
Yep. The National Institute. He was able to, he controlled the purse strings, but he authorized another division so it didn't look like it came directly from the NIH, but they sent the money to Wuhan. He knew what they were doing. So it has been in Fauci's best interest to try to cover this up, because what's coming to light is he was directly involved in the funding that developed the damn virus that impacted the rest of the world.
Absolutely.
Yep.
100%. And who helped him cover it all up, Steve? The media. It was not only that they didn't report on this when there was evidence that came out that suggested, hey, this is possible, right? They not only didn't report on it, but they stopped anybody else, cancel cultured them if anybody else tried to bring it up and talk about it.
Yep. I remember trying to share some of the stories about the financial ties to from the U.S. under Fauci and the Obama administration to the Wuhan lab. And the likes of Facebook were censoring those stories, saying that's not true. That's not true. Well, it turns out it was true. It is.
Steve, the CEO of Facebook, what's this guy's name?
Zuckerberg.
Owns Facebook. I think that's funny that there's an email with him and Fauci. Long email. And most of it's redacted, Steve. Why is that? Last time I recalled that Facebook is not a government entity. What kind of national security could be in jeopardy with an email between Fauci and Facebook? Why is that redacted?
Well, to me, it would implicate complicity between social media censoring these stories or anyone trying to share information about ties between Fauci and China. Exactly.
Yes, sir. Enemy of the United States, Steve. I'm telling you, this media is in cahoots to take this country down. Do you realize, Bongino said this is where I'm getting this from, that China's buying all these U.S. bonds, right?
Mm-hmm.
We pay them $260 billion a year just in interest on these bonds. $260 billion a year is going to China from us. China's military budget for the year is $240 billion.
We are essentially paying for the military buildup of China. We're building their military.
Do you believe this? Steve, you can't make this up. What the heck is going on? And, I don't know if it'll ever come out or not, but you know what? Now they're just starting to, that we're starting to find out. There's been scientists in China. I told you about the one female that actually worked at that lab, Steve.
Yep.
That had escaped. Not just her, but there's other ones that got out of there. Some are in the United States, some are over in Europe. Some of these are making claims that this might have not been accidental.
Intentionally, I wouldn't doubt it for a moment that it was intentionally unleashed on the world. I mean, did it or did it not successfully end Donald Trump's presidency?
Destroying.
If there's any reason Donald Trump lost, if he really did lose, it was because of the impacts on the jobs, the impact of the virus, the shutdowns. We had the best economy, the lowest unemployment in, more than 50 years. And the Democrats knew, and China knew. China didn't want Trump back. He was standing up to him. They didn't want him to be president again. How can we interfere and make sure this guy does not become president of the United States again? That's one definite way.
Steve, you're hitting all the nails on the head, man. You're driving them home.
Well, I mean, it doesn't.
It's plain as day to you and me and most of these listeners out here, I'm sure.
Doesn't take a rocket scientist to see through that, but.
You ever hear the phrase, keep it simple, stupid?
Yeah.
When the answer is right in front of your face, man. These corporate government officials, the media, has sold their soul to the devil, Steve. It's all about money. It's all about the big green piece of paper. That's what it's all about. And they're being snookered by China. China wants to rule this world, Steve. The leader of China actually came out and said that. That's their goal.
Last I heard, they were a communist country, and communism is communism, and communism vowed to take over the world.
What's going on in that country, what they are doing to their own people in that country is, it might make 1944 and 45 put them to shame if we really knew how many people they were killing over there. First thing we heard that some of the scientists just disappeared over there that was working in that lab.
Absolutely. Who was
just disappeared?
Remember the first doctor? Wasn't it? I think it was actually an optometrist or something, an eye doctor that was sending out messages to others that I'm seeing something here, that something's wrong. He, all of a sudden he was silenced, came down with COVID, and was one of the early deaths over there.
Yes, sir. And you talk about the November 3rd election, if in fact Trump really lost. It's no secret JFK won in 1960, because what happened in Chicago, his old man stole that election. Nixon should have won that election. That's no secret. And from what I'm hearing, things are moving full speed ahead in Arizona.
And
when they get done in Arizona, they're going to go to Georgia. When they get done in Georgia, they're going to go to Philly.
They had some representatives there, Republicans out of Pennsylvania, that were in Arizona yesterday observing how this recount is going on, and they were questioned by the media. Are you looking to do this in Pennsylvania? Their response was absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Remember, I think I called you about a month ago, and I said, hey, did you hear what's going on in Arizona? You were scratching your head a little bit. I said, no,
not yet, no.
This is just the beginning, Steve. just the beginning. There's some speculation, some people making comments, hey, man, Trump might be back in office in August. Listen, I don't expect all that to happen. I mean, I can't see that happening. But I'll tell you what, once this all comes out.
At the very least, 2022 should be a landslide.
Yep. And I'll tell you what would be the icing on the cake is to see that man run again in 2024. Put the nail in the coffin. And if he does run, and if he does win, which I surely believe he would, he needs to get out the broom, the bucket, the garbage can, and
clean
out. I mean, that was probably one of his big mistakes is he was listening, taking advice from people that he shouldn't have had,
Well, when you get people around you that you think you can trust, and apparently, I don't know, there weren't many he could trust. They were all stabbing him in the back.
Steve, I remember a story I read a couple of years ago. There was a senator who got elected. Once he got in office, he was like, you know what? The people that really control these senators the people that work for the senators. They stay there. If a senator from like Ohio, gets voted out and the new senator comes in, well, the people in that office that really run that office, they don't get kicked out. They're in there. And these are the ones that call and make the appointments and decide what these senators are going to go to, what they're not going to go to, where they're going to give a speech, where they're not going to give a speech. And that's where part of the problem is, that there's a lot of these, I'm trying to think the right term.
I know what you guys.
What was
staff is
Monica Lewinsky? What was she called when she went to the White House?
She was an intern, but are you thinking the lobbyist? The lobbyist? Okay, intern.
Yeah, the lobbyist got a lot of, but you got all these interns, so to speak, that come in and work in these offices and they stay there, and they're the ones that kind of control what goes on in them offices.
Well,
anyway,
as far as your numbers about how much we are actually, and it's not just the interest we're paying on the bonds to China, but it's also everything that we purchase, from China. Yeah, a portion of those funds are actually going to building their military. Where the American people are building. Hell, I could go back 2 years ago, and it was a conversation with Red Mule talking about the growth of China's Navy, that we essentially just paid to build. We paid for the cost of building a new Chinese aircraft carrier, and every dime we spend on Chinese products is continuing to build their military. Now, the story I mentioned, Chinese state media, this is yesterday, Chinese state media is calling on a nuclear buildup as a, quote, strategic deterrence against the United States. This was from Newsweek. We must be prepared for an intense showdown between China and the U.S., according to the editor of the Chinese state-run newspaper, the Global Times. The number of China's nuclear warheads must reach the quantity that makes the United States elites shiver should they entertain the idea of engaging in a military confrontation with China. And if you'll think about it a moment, what they're talking about is when the time comes, not if, but when China makes their move on Taiwan, they want us to shiver in our boots to even contemplate trying to come to the defense and support of Taiwan. Same with Hong Kong. Supposedly, Biden's keeping up a tough public stance on China. I don't know about that. Biden announced last week the 90-day review of the intelligence community to issue a report on the origins of the COVID-19. You know, most of you probably haven't heard. What's funny about that is Biden shut down an investigation into the origins of the COVID virus when he first came into office. Donald Trump had an investigation underway into the origins. Biden shut it down. Oh, but apparently Joe didn't think it would ever come to light. It would never see the light of day that this may have actually originated with the Wuhan lab and the funding or the backing or the support of the United States via the National Institutes of Health and Mr. Fauci. Joe Biden doesn't want really to see this come to light either. We got to pause there, but I'll give you, did you realize, were you aware that Biden had shut down the State Department investigation into the origins of the COVID-19 when he was first sworn in? Why did he shut it down? And why all of a sudden now is he making it look like I've ordered an investigation? I'm giving you 90 days to come up with the answer. That's laughable. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden is calling on more Americans to get vaccinated against COVID-19 as part of what he's calling a month of action to try to get to his goal of having 60% of adults receive at least one dose of vaccine before July 4th. In remarks on Wednesday, the president said the country was heading into a far better summer than last year.
America is headed into a summer dramatically different from last year's summer. A summer of freedom, a summer of joy, a summer of get-togethers and celebrations. An all-American summer that this country deserves after a long, long, dark winter that we've all endured.
The latest data from the CDC says that about 62% of adults have received at least one shot, with 12 states having already reached the president's goal of 70%. More than 133 million people are fully vaccinated. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Learn how thousands of smart homeowners are investing about $1 to avoid expensive home repair bills. John, a former non-customer, said, "My air conditioner broke and I had to spend $1,900 to fix it." Jeff, a customer, wrote, "My air conditioner broke and I got a new one at no out-of-pocket cost." Mary, a former non-customer, wrote, "My heating system stopped running. I had to spend $3,000 to get a new one." Lisa, a customer, wrote, "My heater stopped working. I got it fixed at no out-of-pocket cost." For about $1 a day, you can have all the major appliances and systems in your home guaranteed fixed or replaced with HSC's home warranty coverage. Call now, and the first month is free. If the lines are busy, please call back.
Call now, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182, 800-238-9182. Again, that's 800-238-9182.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, we'll jump back into it here. I took advantage of the clear phone lines and did my phone reset, so we're good to roll to the end of the program here on a Thursday morning. Good to have you with us. I don't know, maybe, am I being too serious tonight? All this serious stuff we're talking about. Now we're halfway through the program, so maybe we'll move on to some lighter things, so some other things that are going on. But first, while we're on it, let me finish up where I left off. You want the truth. President Joe Biden's halting of the State Department investigation into the origins of the COVID pandemic in Wuhan has several Senate Republicans requesting information. We write to request information regarding reports that President Joe Biden's team shut down an investigation into the origins of SARS-CoV-2, which included examining the theory that the virus originated in a lab in Wuhan. Ron Johnson, Richard Scott, in a letter to Secretary of State Anthony Blinken and President Biden. The letter citing reports that the now terminated State Department investigation was the only inquiry looking seriously into the hypothesis that this virus emerged from the lab in Wuhan. Why would Joe shut that down? The letter also noted Biden terminated the briefing after State Department investigators briefed the president in February and March of this year. Senators also noted the number of skeptics of the World Health Organization investigation, which was under the eyes of China. The National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, warned the senators, quoted in the letter, "We have deep concerns about the way in which the early findings of the COVID investigation were communicated and questions about the process used to reach them. We've got real concerns about the methodology and the process that went into the report, including the fact that the government in Beijing apparently helped to write it." Longtime supporter of the World Health Organization, none other than Dr. Anthony Fauci, expressed concern about the transparency of China. Obviously, there was a lot of restrictions on the ability of the people who went there to really take a look. Then I'm going to have some considerable concerns about that. The letter added 18 scientists noted the World Health Organization's conflicting logic in their report. Although there were no findings in clear support of either a natural spillover or a lab accident, the World Health Organization team assessed a zoonotic spillover from an immediate host is likely, very likely. A lab incident, extremely unlikely. The two theories were not given any balanced consideration. One more on a serious note, I promise. Texas Representative Michael McCall condemning China this past day for the outbreak, accusing the Wuhan Institute of Virology of being the source, calling China's denials the worst cover-up in human history. Decrying China for not coming clean. We have newly declassified documents. It just came out. We have 3 of the researchers that came down hospitalized with flu-like symptoms consistent with COVID-19 in November of 2019. The Chinese Communist Party covered that up. They detained any doctor talking about the SARS-like virus. They destroyed lab samples. They would not admit to human transmission. Then it became a global pandemic. My sense is they've destroyed everything in the Wuhan lab. You see, that's why Joe Biden implements a new investigation. They needed enough time to bury all the evidence that would potentially have come to light under the Trump administration's State Department investigation into the origins of the virus. McCall expressing outrage as he referenced a Chinese weapons expert sent to the Wuhan lab while the pandemic was getting teed up. January of 2020, when the whole pandemic was on the precipice, they sent in the People's Liberation Army bioweapons expert. This major general took over the lab. If that doesn't send chills up and down your spine. Then finally, the military, the secret military activities at the lab itself, dating back to 2017. You know, there's a biological chemical weapons treaty. China's a signatory on it, and the idea that their military is operating out of that lab has to raise some serious concerns. Representative Mike Turner of Ohio appearing with McCall, condemning the Biden administration for not addressing the calls for Dr. Fauci to be fired for not being tough on China and their role that they played in the pandemic. I know this administration certainly will not fire Fauci because they buy into anything we can do to protect the China narrative. We've seen that from this administration repeatedly. The only consistency we get out of Fauci, of course, inconsistency. But this administration, even if they found the smoking gun, is not going to hold China accountable. And more information being revealed about the origins of the virus. Chinese scientists in 2015 composed a document called The Unnatural Origin of SARS and New Species of Man-Made Viruses as Genetic Bioweapons. The document postulates a World War III scenario fought with bioweapons. And maybe that was the intention that they were building there. Peter Jennings, executive director of the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, says this is the closest thing to a smoking gun, China's involvement in the development and release of the COVID-19 virus. I think this is significant because it clearly shows Chinese scientists were thinking about military application for different strains of the coronavirus and thinking about how it could be deployed. It begins to firm up the possibility that what we have here is the accidental release of a pathogen designed for military use. All right, on the lighter side, hey, there was a mask burning in Ohio this past day. No joke, celebrations by Republicans in Ohio as we were released from some of the COVID restrictions. They all expired. Josh Mandel, the former state treasurer, says, freedom at last. Posting a video on Twitter of lighting his mask on fire, dropping it on the floor, then casually walking away. Mandel, who claimed he was the first statewide official to support former President Trump, is also making a run for the Senate next year. Ohio Attorney General David Yost, who suffered a bad case of COVID in December, also took to Twitter, posting a video of himself removing the surgical mask, dousing it in lighter fluid, and setting it ablaze. Yost added a flourish reminiscent of Jimi Hendrix lighting his guitar on fire at the Monterey Pop Festival in 1967 in honor of the expiring health orders. Since February, the state's restrictions have waned, with the elimination of the curfew as well as the exemptions for fully vaccinated people. Wednesday, the state orders ended that prevented people from convening in close quarters in bars and restaurants or sporting events. Of course, the mandate for airports, airplanes, trains, and buses are still in place through September. But at least some in Ohio feel as though it's freedom at last. All right, great to have you with us with the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, whether you've downloaded the app for the iPhone or the Android. If you haven't done so, you can do that. Just go to overnightdriveradio.com. You got the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube channel, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Facebook page, overnightdriveradio.com, where you can get the audio stream, the Hotshot Secret YouTube channel, and, of course, on demand, all the major podcast services, Apple Podcasts, Google, Spotify, TuneIn, iHeartRadio podcasts, and so many others. Chris Gabrelchik will be joining us coming up tonight for our Friday morning show, as we're now into the month of June. Don't forget that. Hopefully you'll have some questions ready for Chris. He always loves joining in, talking about, of course, his specialty in oils and lubrication and all that sort of fun stuff. But he loves to help diagnose problems with Yeah, engines. Like last time we had him on, there was a lot of interest in the transmission restore, as it's called. Used to be called the transmission stiction eliminator. But yeah, hopefully some of those drivers, we had the one that called a couple nights ago, said, hey, I talked to Chris, I tried that. I can't believe how well it worked. My transmission is working like it's new again. All right, and as always, don't forget, if you're going to place an order via hotshotsecret.com for some of their products, use that coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order. That's in addition to the 10% discount that's available to military first responders, CDL holders. There you go. And I think lastly, this weekend, under our show notes here, Kyle's been busy on the road. Racing season is underway in full swing here. And this weekend, I believe he actually gets to sleep in his own bed, as he said. It's the Street Outlaws No Prep Kings coming up June the 4th and the 5th, Friday and Saturday of this week. That's at National Trail Raceway in Hebron, Ohio. No Prep Drag Racing and Hot Shot Secret will be there. Kyle's going to have a booth on site. Of course, he doesn't go by himself, but you can find more details. Check out their Facebook page. But yeah, so that's close enough to home where you won't be having to fly 500 miles to attend the racing activities. All right, back to your calls. Good morning, Big Moose. What's happening out there?
Oh, playing truck driver, probably for the last time for about 5 or 6 weeks anyway.
Really?
Yeah, I'm gonna let the kids have it officially tomorrow, and then Sunday I got to go in there early and check in and go on that liquid plumber diet so they can hack his knee joint up there Monday. So get that taken care of.
So you're going to be on crutches or a wheelchair for a few days. I mean, I know they want to get you up as quick as possible to start getting you to use the darn thing, but I've heard that's a pretty lengthy recovery.
Yeah, they're talking. Well, I don't know. I heard some people say, 4 or 5 weeks. I know they're talking about dunking me in that swimming pool 2 or 3 times before I get out of the dang hospital.
Yeah.
But we'll see how it goes. I know one thing, could be no worse than the way this thing's been hurting since this weather went to crap. I know that.
Mm-hmm.
That barometric pressure, man, I tell you what, I can feel that weather coming on before it gets here. But, yeah, hopefully we get that taken care of. So next week I'll probably be out of the loop, probably for the next couple of weeks. So I want to appreciate everybody say thank you to everybody that's called, all the well wishes and text messages and all that stuff. I really appreciate it. So we'll pass that along. So I had a big powwow with Tater and the gang here tonight. So I told them, I said, look, this is the way it's going to have to be. They're running like a Swiss watch now, and they better keep running like a Swiss watch. I said, because the knee might not work, but the trigger finger still does.
I got you. You do it right. You do it right the first time, right?
That's right. Yeah. Now, on to a more serious topic. I want to talk about the unabashed slander, the harassment, the just never-ending barrage of false information that's flying around these social media groups, these text messages, these emails by these 2 clowns, one of them down in Georgia and the other one out in New Mexico someplace.
Uh-oh.
And they're quote-unquote manager, some primate poker from North or South Kakalaki down there somewhere, Just biding my time, gentlemen. I'm taking it all in jest. You got all these keyboard karate experts that like to get on there and talk about what a thrashing and bashing that Barney and Woody's going to give me at the Sommers Ranch at the 4th of July watermelon roast. And I tell you what, it's it was an awful hard thing to do, but I had to bite my tongue today when that Georgia clown down there started circulating all these false photos and how they going to make me beg to my mama and all this stuff. And you know, I'm trying to keep an air of composure about myself, you know. So I believe in this particular case, saying less says more. You know what I mean?
I hear you. I saw
But
some photo of some woman holding a big goose or something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And, you know, they're pushing this false narrative that I'm some little, you know, 5'2", 95-pound sapsucker couldn't fight his way out of a brown paper sack, and that's all right. I hope that helps them fuel their momentum. I hope they don't chicken out. I tell you what, I look to happen. I look for this to wholehearted. They'll come up with some excuse. They'll fake a car accident or something. That's for some reason why they can't show up there on July the 4th. You know what I mean?
Kind of like when Archie. Remember when Archie Bunker pulled his back right before he went to play that pool match against his neighbor?
That's right. Yep. And it's going to be one of them deals. You know, they like to you know, do all this propagandizing and running them mouths about what big bad men they are, but when it comes time to put up or shut up, they gonna be at home hiding under the bed or someplace, you know, talking about how their car won't start or something. There'll be some big outlandish excuse why they can't show up. I guarantee you, me and Big Orange will be sitting in the driveway waiting on them. Yeah, that's all I got to say about that. And they can keep having their Facebook fun and all these little pictures they like to float around. But like I said, what is it? I think we're about 31 days from show date, right?
Yep, it's almost here. 1 month and a day.
Yep, so we can just start counting it down. So I figure by that point I probably still have the stitches in, but like I said, I'm only going to be fighting 2 of them, so that shouldn't make much difference.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I ain't too concerned about it. You know, they're trying to use this voluntary operation as a benefit to their camp. I got news for them. Ain't going to happen. They ain't going to be able to get away from me in that cage. Like I said, just put up or shut up. Quit playing with your Facebook and just put up or shut up. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, put your money where your mouth is.
We'll start.
I get you, Big Moose.
Start counting them down.
Counting them down.
Yeah. All right, my man. Well, everybody keep it Twixer spotted and the solid, sunny side up, greasy side down. Keep doing it to it like Pruitt used to do it to it. And we'll be 10-10 till we do it again. I'll try to keep you updated on what's going on.
All right. Let us know. Yeah, I hope it all goes well. And I don't know, Chris will be here tomorrow night. I know you normally try to check in. Are you going to be able to check in with Chris or no?
Well, I'll give it a shot. I don't know how late I'm going to stay up tomorrow night, but I'll give it a shot because there's a couple of things I want to talk to him about, too. He sent me a bottle of that extra thick FR3 there, that experimental version of that FR3, and I run it in them exhaust fans at my shop. We painted a car in there last weekend. Them fans run for 18 hours, and I never had to put a drop of oil in them. That just tickled the crap out of me.
All right.
So that stuff worked pretty good. But yeah, if I manage to keep my eyelids pried open, I'll try to check in early tomorrow night.
All right. Well, have a great morning. Be safe out there. Thanks for checking in here on a Thursday morning. And it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden is calling on more Americans to get vaccinated against COVID-19 as part of what he's calling a month of action to try to get to his goal of having 60% of adults receive at least one dose of vaccine before July 4th. In remarks on Wednesday, the president said the country was heading into a far better summer than last year.
America is headed into a summer dramatically different from last year's summer. A summer of freedom, a summer of joy, a summer of get-togethers and celebrations. An all-American summer that this country deserves after a long, long, dark winter that we've all endured.
The latest data from the CDC says that about 62% of adults have received at least one shot, with 12 states having already reached the president's goal of 70%. More than 133 million people are fully vaccinated. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot, and I'm in the best shape of my life. I love working out hard every day, but I turned 60 this year, and working out can cause some serious aches and pains. I was commiserating with my buddy Jay Schrader, the Super Bowl champion and former Raiders quarterback, about the challenges of staying in great shape for anyone over age 50. Jay said I had to try sonsoflibertycbd.com, and it would heal my body, mind, and soul. He was right. No more aches and pains. I feel like $1 million. Finding quality CBD, not easy, but Sons of Liberty CBD, highest quality CBD I've ever seen. CBD is not pot. It won't get you high. It's 100% legal. It's 100% American made. CBD is mainstream and it works. For my listeners, sonsoflibertycbd.com is offering a discount of 15% off every product if you use the code WAR15 at checkout. Even better, you can combine this discount with their subscription discount for 25% off. Please support veteran-owned, service-disabled, small business, Sons of Liberty, CBD.com. Just say WAR15 to get 25% off.
Israel's health ministry says it may have observed a link between the COVID vaccine and heart inflammation in young men. A new study found a probable link between the second dose of Pfizer vaccine and cases of myocarditis in men aged 16 to 30, reporting 275 cases of the condition among more than 5 million vaccinated people. Immunologist Dr. Nita Ogden tells CBS News that the number of cases don't indicate a higher than normal risk, but says it's important to investigate all of these possible links.
Pfizer has weighed in, the CDC has weighed in, and the European Medicines Agency, and they all feel that the incidence of myocarditis that has been seen here is not more than one would see in the general population, and therefore is not a cause for concern. However, it is important to raise awareness among physicians that this is something they should be on the lookout for, that feeling of chest pain and discomfort. And another thing to keep in mind is that 95% of the cases observed in these Israeli men were mild.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Some lawmakers have questions about the White House's new defense budget and what they believe is a weakening of the U.S. Armed Forces. Tim Berg has more.
On any given day, the United States Navy has 100 ships deployed around the world, 1/3 of its current fleet, but that is much smaller than during the Reagan buildup during the 1980s when the Navy had nearly 600 ships. Today's deployments have grown long and frequently tax both crew and equipment as threats continue in the post-Cold War era. That's why the new $715 billion Biden defense budget is raising eyebrows among Republicans who believe it makes the United States vulnerable in a possible future war with China.
I know our allies and the American public have to be very concerned that this administration believes that our military needs to be scaled down at a time where the threats are scaling up.
Ohio Republican Congressman Mike Turner speaking there on Fox News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And legendary basketball coach Mike Krzyzewski plans to retire as Duke University's men's coach at the end of the 2021-22 season. Stadium first reporting on the coach's plans. Krzyzewski is the winningest coach in Division I men's basketball, winning 5 championships in his 41 seasons at Duke. Only UCLA's John Wooden has won more titles. Associate head coach John Shire will reportedly take over the program after Coach K's retirement. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed, that's us. And good to have you with us. Here on a Thursday morning. What else going on? Hey, here's another event you may want to check out this weekend. If you can't get up to the No Prep races. They're in Hebron, Ohio. Marty Ellis, of course, skipper of Oweida's tour trailer. Going to have a whole bunch of cool vintage and antique trucks to look forward to this weekend. He's going to be parking the Spirit of the American Trucker at the Rockingham County Fairgrounds over in Harrisonburg, Virginia. Scheduled to be there today through Saturday. They're going to be joining in on the fun at the American Truck Historical Society's National Convention and Truck Show. OOIDA will be well represented at the ATHS show. Not only will Ellis be there with the Spirit, Oweida's Executive Vice President Louis Pugh is also going to be there. All right, so if you want to go from the north, take exit 243 from I-81, take Route 11 to the entrance to the fairgrounds. From the south side, take exit 240, Freedom's Church Road, go west for about a half mile to Route 11, turn right. Marty says he's looking forward to the National Convention and Truck Show. Although he's attended regional ATHS-affiliated truck shows before, this is the first time that he said he's going to attend the national show. I guess this is the big one. Is that correct this weekend? Louis Pugh said this is his second national ATHS show. He attended the 2015 show in York, PA. That was the year the ATHS bestowed the Golden Achievement Award to John Taylor, who's an Oweida Life member and Oweida Director Emeritus based in Cross Junction, Virginia. That Golden Achievement Award recognizes men and women who've been in the industry for at least 50 consecutive years. During the 1970s, John was one of the first OOIDA members. He served more than 20 years on Oweida's board of directors. So, I've never been to, I haven't even been to any of the smaller truck historical societies, regional shows, let alone the big event. I think for the big ones, though, there's hundreds of trucks, old trucks, vintage trucks, you name it. Should be a good time. So if you get a chance to stop by, join in the festivities there. What's going on, Heatwave?
Oh, well, I just heard Moose on there, or Mother Goose, talking about his surgery. And, well, I'm glad he's getting it taken care of. That way he won't be in pain. Yeah, we'll test that knee come July the 4th. We'll see if we can get it to bend one way the way it ain't supposed to bend.
Oh, boy.
So, oh, yeah. Yeah, by the time we get done with him, he'll be chewing bubble gum in one end and blowing bubbles out the other. Oh, Lordy. Yeah, he wants to talk about sending pictures and photographs he's been sending me pictures of Andre the Giant just coming at you with a big old hand. And I sent him a picture of Hulk Hogan staring right at the big man, looking up. And we'll remember what happened at one of them big old wrestling events, WrestleMania. Hogan picked up the 500-pound giant and body slammed his hind end on that canvas. And that's what's going to happen when I get my big meaty paws and with help from Smash, Crash and Smash. We ain't going in there dressed up as no damn Woody from Toy Story or me dressed up as Barney going, I love you, you love me. I don't want to scare the kids. Yeah, that's not going to happen. We're not going to have a costume character go in with his tail getting ripped off, getting beat by it. And I heard him say, you know, old Smash is going to be on top of the cage going, he never checked me in. He never checked me in. And have a Mother Goose go over there and rip off one of my arms and say, well, tag this, you know. We're not going to have that. We're not going to have that. We're going to have a fair wrestling match. And I'll be bringing my Shiner Bock beer from the, where is it from? Besides Shiner, Texas. From the Spotzel Brewery. Yeah, maybe you can get Chris to go ahead and get a couple of cases of that beer up there. Serve it cold now. We got to have plenty of ice, because if that stuff ever gets warm, it tastes like mud. Just, yeah. But anyways, that'll be my champagne of choice, so to speak, celebrating my victory and Smash's victory over Mother Goose. Oh, I'll tell you what, that just burns me up, thinking it's going to be a 30-second here and there and be like Mike Tyson in his prime, where he knocks a guy out in 30 seconds, and right there you're sitting right next to him at ringside, having him go, yeah, I knocked him out. 30 seconds, I knocked him out. No, we ain't going to have that nonsense. We're going to show our mettle. So it may bend, but it'll never break. Oh, I swear. I was going to try to channel old Hulk Hogan up and get a little rowdy in here, but I just can't do that, because my wife and my daughter be coming out of their damn rooms with the guns, wondering who the hell that damn burglar is in here raising all sorts of hell. So, anyways, I'm looking forward to July the 4th there, Mother Goose. And you're going to be dealing with the awesome might of the heat wave, a.k.a. Crash. And they're going to be singing that Dave Matthews song, Crash Into Me. Crash into you. I want to get that knee and bend it backwards, and Smash is going to come down on top and get that 1, 2, 3. Guys, we don't want kids getting all worried that Barney got beat up out there. That would be terrible. I mean, just imagine if I were, and I'm not going to say I will, but if I were to go out in a Barney suit, and if he were to beat up on Crash in a Barney suit, do you know how many kids in attendance would be so mad at Mother Goose that they will pluck the feathers off of him and stretch his neck without the help of either Crash or Smash? Oh, little Aubrey would be heartbroken.
They'd be devastated. She'd be out there beating his butt. So, yep, you know, talk is cheap. It's time to put up or shut up. So, but, you know, it's a family event here. You know, we're all family on the radio, so whatever happens, happens. Bygones be bygones. And then come Labor Day, I guess we'll all have a radio family reunion there at the Stephen Haciendas, diving into the pool, having roasted watermelon, and doing some snipe hunting, and just having a good old time with fireworks, beer, and barbecue provided by, well, I guess Chris Krabrowczyk is the sponsor of the overnight drive, and you are the radio DJ. So I guess y'all got y'all's work cut out for you with the beer and barbecue, right? Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's going to be We're going to need to get old Maniac up here with his massive monster grill.
Oh, yeah. That'd be fine. That'd be fine. We go ahead and I'm sure by then our cookbooks on cooking with cicadas will be greatly reduced in price since them little buggers ain't going to be around much longer. And I don't know, maybe we'll go ahead and sell it to the, what was that one old boy? The GTA that has his own $18.95 cookbook. Just send $19.95 in shipping and handling to him. Yeah, we could probably dump off all them books there after everyone's already got them. Whatever we have left, he can have in his storage unit, just sitting there for another 17 years, waiting for the next brood to be hatched out. But yeah, that's all I got to say. Our manager, Monkey Gouger, has got us training. We're lifting 12 ounces at a time, making sure we get our carbs in, and we're running around the truck, making sure we get our cardiovascular system ready to roll. So when we get in the cage, we can go ahead and run all over Mother Goose.
Mm-hmm.
And as Hulk Hogan would say, what you gonna do when the hands of Crash and Smash come out on you? Oh, yeah, brother. Oh, yeah. Hey, we'll talk to you tomorrow, Steve.
Is that your best Hulk Hogan impersonation? Is that what that is? Yeah.
Could have been. I didn't practice on it.
Yeah, boy. All right, yeah, a lot of... That's all what you call this smack talk. Smash mouth, smack talk. All right, Heatwave, have a good night. Thanks for checking in. What are we, 18 past the hour? And it's 844-3388. Just came across a video. I was just talking about Marty Ellis pulling into the big Historical Truck Society show that actually gets underway today. And I shared the video where he was pulling in. And there's a bunch of trucks there already. So you want to check that out on my Facebook page. Got a little early preview. So I think that's going to be a big show heading into the weekend here. All right. I also shared a video from Provincetown, Massachusetts. Someone was on the shore and they saw this big fin come up out of the water. That's a shark, and that's a big shark. I mean, it was less than 20 feet from the shore at one point in time. It's in the bay there. Whoever did the filming said it was so huge, I thought it might be a joke, like a mechanical shark or something, but nope, it's real. And I saw earlier this story. Yeah, they're going to be flying the purple flags, as they say, as a lot of big sharks. The great whites are being spotted in large numbers. They're up off the coast of Massachusetts and Maine. You ever see those? It'd be a purple flag with kind of a white shark in the middle of the flag. That means, hey, we've spotted a shark. Recently, I don't think I'd be getting in the water with the great white out there. That's what they're seeing, a lot of great whites. What's going on this morning, Philip?
Well, I'll tell you what, brother. What a rush.
Yeah.
How you doing, Steve?
Doing good.
Yeah. I tell you what, it's starting to sound like a Georgia wrestling promo for somebody out there on this radio.
Yep.
But hey, yesterday I heard you talking about SpaceX launching rockets out of the water, or off the water on the oil rigs.
Off the rigs that they're retrofitting these rigs, yeah.
Yeah. That super heavy they're working on right now, they kind of got an idea what the sonic barrier or the sound barrier, when they break it with it, they kind of got an idea what it's going to do. But when we have them take off here at the Cape, we hear that rumble. It's usually about 2 to 3 minutes after it goes off the ground. That one there, that rumble, you'd be hearing it probably from, like, say, for instance, from Cape Canaveral all the way over to Tampa, and it'd be a wave, a sound wave. So that's the reason why they're talking about going off the water with that thing. They don't even know how far any of that stuff's going to travel when they take off with it. So the idea is to launch off of that, go up to Mars and the moon, and then land back at Boca Chica and different places throughout the world. That's the deal. And then they're going to take starships, and they're going to have like an airline service going from town to town all over the world. So that's the idea. And that kind of what you were talking about yesterday, Steve?
They were talking about, whatever they're going to be using to do supersonic flights from the equivalent of, what is it, from Beijing to New York in 30 minutes?
Oh yeah, they could do it with the methane. They got them. They put them Raptors on there. They only the ones that we've been looking at, the test launches. They've only used 3 engines on them, and they could go up as many as they want. That big one, that super heavy one, that's got almost 30 engines on it.
What, 30?
Almost. It's like 20, I believe 28 or 29 engines on it. It's up there. It's a lot of motors.
I thought it was like the 5-engine thing or whatever.
No, the one that they're going to use to stack it on. Now you got to think about it. What we're seeing, that we've seen launched, is just the piece that goes up on top. The part that's underneath, it's the actual rocket that's going to take off, has almost 30 engines on it. That's going to shoot it all the way up into orbit, get it almost to where it needs to go, and then the Starship's going to launch off of it and go on out to the moon or to Mars. That's the plan. And that is going to be reusable, that super heavy. That's the plan. So it's going to be crazy. Yeah, that Falcon Heavy, I think it has 27 engines on it. The Falcon Heavy, which is the biggest rocket that they've made. And that's 3 rockets with 9 engines on each rocket. Now, can you imagine 29 engines on one rocket?
No.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I might have the numbers wrong as far as the amount of engines, but it's amazing. If you look at the footage on NASA spaceflight on YouTube, they got pictures of the plumbing for those engines that's sitting out. They took some pictures of it, and it looks like a spider's web, all the plumbing, where all the fuel that's going to be running it to the different engines. It's amazing. And you know why Elon Musk picked methane to go up there, Steve, for the fuel, the propellant?
Why is that?
It's the most abundant gas in the solar system. So they could go to Mars. If they didn't have enough fuel, they could harvest it off of Mars and then come back on it. That's why they picked methane. It's everywhere in the solar system. You can get it anywhere you want.
Wow.
I mean, we're taking it off landfills. We've been doing it for years. A landfill, they can take the methane gas off a landfill and power a city with it. They've been doing it for years. They do it up in Hanover Park, Illinois. They've been doing it for many years up in Illinois. Different states use that. And that methane gas is everywhere. I mean, it's abundant. I mean, even when you get the black splats, you have methane gas. But Steve, changing the note here, did you hear the story about the 2 kids that were in an officer-involved shooting down here in Florida?
I did not.
Okay, so the night before last in Volusia County, not too far from where I live at, we have a United Methodist Church has an orphanage there, or it's kind of like a staging house that kids go to before they're fostered or they're adopted. And these are kids that are been in a lot of trouble and have a lot of issues. And these 2 kids broke into somebody's house in a town that's really close to where this place is, and they got a hold of an AK-47 and a pump shotgun. and the cops were called out to it, and the cops found it, and the kids started shooting at the cops. And they thought it was like a video game, and they just kept firing at them. Well, they eventually got the kids. They got one kid to surrender. The other kid, they had to shoot her in the chest to injure her, to get her down so they could get her out of the way.
Wow.
But now everybody talks about all these shootings, white on black and all this. And if you look at this footage, Steve, this guy is on a body cam. He's an officer with Volusia County Sheriff. He's saying, please don't make me do this. I mean, you could hear the man saying, please don't make me do this. Don't make me, he's like, I don't want to shoot this kid. But the girl supposedly is going to be okay. She got a chest shot, but it wasn't enough to knock her totally out. But she's still in pretty bad shape. But that goes to show you, an officers, they do care. And I want that point to be made out there, and I hope Pappy hears this, because they do care. So if you get a chance, check that out, Steve. It's down in Volusia County, Florida. It happened in Osteen, Florida, is where it happened at. And this individual that owned the house, he had 3 guns in the house, and these 2 kids did over $100,000 worth of damage to this gentleman's house.
Wow.
Between all the shooting into his cars, he had his cars parked outside, and I feel sorry for the guy, I really do. And he had everything under lock and key. These kids broke in, and they didn't even know the guns were there. From what the 12-year-old gave a statement, said they didn't even know the guns were there. And then also, you know what the 12-year-old said in the statement? That the girl said, "Boy, this is better than a Grand Theft Auto."
Wow.
So, and you'll hear the statements from Mike Chipwood and stuff when you see all the reports on it. But I wish people would understand that police are out there to help us. They're not out there to hinder us. And there is some guys that are bad. But if you see that footage and you see that gentleman, he's behind a tree with somebody firing. I mean, these kids are firing that right at him. You can hear it. They're behind a tree, and he's like saying, "Please don't make me do this," because he knew exactly what his target was. He knew everything. He's like, "I don't really want to do this." I mean, it'll break your heart when you hear it.
Wow.
So, but anyway, Steve, that's all I got to say. And false narratives are really getting out of control. Moose, I hope you get better, bud. I appreciate your help, Moose, and I'll talk to y'all later, man. Y'all have a good day.
All right. Good to hear from you. And I did a quick search there, did a Google search on the SpaceX Super Heavy, and he's correct. That Super Heavy has 29 Raptor engines. That is unbelievable. Yeah, can you imagine the sound? Like you said, you imagine how loud 29 Raptor engines simultaneously? That would be something to behold. All right, we'll get back to your calls here momentarily. First, we got to get a news break. It is 844-3388. Making our way into the early hours of a Thursday morning here. What are we looking at? We turn the page on the calendar, 3rd day of June for 2021. When we come back, one trending topic at state houses around the country this year is, oddly enough, the legalization of driving motorcycles between traffic lanes, or they call it lane splitting in certain circumstances. To my knowledge, California is the only one that has allowed this until recent years. There's several other states that are now addressing lane splitting. Again, rest of the story coming up. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A coalition of opposition parties to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has announced they've reached a deal to form a new government. The deal, coming minutes ahead of a Wednesday deadline, will likely see Netanyahu's 12-year term in power ended. Former Defense Minister Naftali Bennett and centrist lawmaker Yair Lapid announced the coalition, which will have to be approved by the Israeli parliament. Under the plan, the two men will split a 4-year term as prime minister. And the FBI says the cyber attack on one of the largest meat suppliers in the country came from a hacker group with links to Russia. In a statement Wednesday, the Bureau attributed the ransomware attack on JBS USA to R-Evil and Sodino Kibi, two groups allegedly operating out of Russia. The attack halted production at the company's facilities on Tuesday before they were able to restore most operations on Wednesday. You're listening to USA Radio News.
I owed the IRS $10,000.
The IRS garnished my wages.
They put a lien on my house. The IRS is the most powerful collection agency in the world. They do not give up until you pay.
I couldn't sleep. We were being audited. I called Tax Solutions Now, and a great big weight was lifted off my shoulders.
I called Tax Solutions Now, and they got the IRS off my back.
Tax Solutions Now had my wage garnishment lifted in 48 hours.
Tax Solutions Now can get you help. Our agents know the rules, can stop the pain, and get you the best deal. We connect you with a team of former IRS agents and tax professionals who will get the IRS off your back.
We saved our home and overcame the most powerful collection agency in the world.
Call Tax Solutions now. Time is running out. Call 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577. 800-987-0577.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I was watching a little bit of the interview with Elon Musk, and he's talking about the spaceports. When you've got these rockets lifting off with 29 Raptor engines, he said most of the spaceports are going to have to be 20 miles offshore for acceptable noise levels, especially for the frequent daily flights that would occur from point-to-point flights on Earth. It's just like it's real life Star Trek or Star Wars kind of. If he actually succeeds in this, which I guess he probably will at some point in time, Hollywood becoming reality. That's pretty wild. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Who's next here? Would that be Daryl or Carol? Who we got?
That's Daryl. How you doing, Steve?
Hey, Daryl, doing all right? What's going on this morning?
Hey, I'm heading at work 20, dodging deer and animals on my way in. Hey, I wanna wish the Big Moose a fast recovery on whatever he's done on his knee there. I've been listening. I listen to your show every day, but I like it when he calls in and them guys I talk. I like to hear them. But yeah, my wife had to have that done, and he's getting a lot of pain in that knee.
Yes.
They'll fix that up, and she's doing a lot better. She's 100% on that now. No pain or anything like that,
That's what he needs.
Yeah. And you know what? The Big Moose, he helps out a lot of people. Them kind of people are far in between, Steve. He's got to be one heck of a good guy, that guy. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, I haven't had the chance to meet him in person, but no doubt, yes, just based on some of the stories we've heard from others out there. Yep.
Yeah, I hear you there. And the Roadmaster, I'm glad to hear him back out there too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad to hear him back in the truck and doing fairly decent. Hope he's doing good yet. Is Chris going to be in the studio tomorrow?
I believe he's going to be coming from his, what he called it, the southern headquarters. I believe he's going to be coming from Florida.
Okay, he's going to be, will he be on the show tomorrow?
Yes, he'll be on live.
Will he be able to call in?
He'll be on the phone. He'll be on the phone with us like he typically does. Last month's episode was the first one. He's actually been live in the bunker here.
Oh, okay, yeah. I got a problem with the 2017 Mule, the motor. I'm creating a lot of moisture, and I want to see if he's got a product that I can throw in there to kind of take care of that problem a little bit.
Okay, I bet he does.
I don't know if it's a particular model year or what, but I get a lot of moisture in the oil.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't get it. Maybe you can figure something out on that one for me.
That would make for
keep draining that oil down.
That'd make for an interesting question. Yeah, I mean, water in oil, isn't that normally like a head gasket thing?
Well, that's what I thought, but it's been doing it since I bought it brand new, and I've had it a few years on the farm, and I use it a lot to take the feed out to my cattle and stuff like that. But I don't know why I'm hitting it. I'm not losing any water, and my water in the radiator's staying up. Everything's staying up. It's just that I'm just creating moisture in it.
Hmm.
That's kind of a problem, It rusts up the oil stick and all that. Anyway, I'll give him a call. I'll call it a show tomorrow.
That'll make, like I said, that'll definitely make for an interesting question, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I'll call in tomorrow. But hey, what about that fella that's having trouble with? He said I hear him calling in. He said he's got problems with a guy looking over his fence and all that. He was worried about that.
Yeah,
I can't remember his hand.
That's Heat Wave out in New Mexico. Yeah, he hadn't given us an update. I know he was looking to put some cameras in out there, and yeah, last time we talked about that, Pappy suggested getting some of those trail cams that would activate anytime something moves. Yeah, he's not sure if it's a person or if it's some sort of a critter. They're not sure what the hell's out there. And I think Daryl lost his connection. All right, well, hey, we'll look forward to hearing from you tomorrow night with Chris Gabrelchik coming your way live. There you go. Got an email from Vic this morning and talking about China. China's nuclear threat. Steve, China has a history of making nuclear threats ever since they exploded their first nuclear weapon in 1964. From nuclear material intended for nuclear power that China received from Russia. The USSR was not happy, and they began the Sino-Soviet rift. Kissinger advised Nixon to exploit that rift by restoring diplomatic and trade relations with China to exploit that rift. For years, the United States referred to Formosa, later Taiwan, as Free China. Problem was, by 1973, Russia and China sensed victory in Vietnam and were cooperating closely. China said in 1965 China would use nuclear weapons if it appeared the Americans would be victorious in Vietnam. The threat worked. LBJ would not allow the use of depleted uranium bunker buster bombs on the tunnel complexes that were key to the Viet Cong strategy out of fear that it would be portrayed as America using nuclear weapons first and starting a nuclear war. Free China, or Formosa, Taiwan, desperately wanted to send troops to South Vietnam to help defeat North Vietnam. LBJ and Nixon both refused Taiwan's offer. It worked extremely well once, so why wouldn't China use it again? Since many of the anti-Vietnam protesters are now in charge here in the United States. Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, the 60s and 70s protesters, all we need is love. Many of them are actually, they're in leadership positions here in the U.S. today. All right, let me get back to the calls here, and I believe it's Rob. Would that be correct? Is this Rob?
No, it would be Fly Rod.
Oh,
Hello,
Fly Rod.
Good
Hello,
morning, Mr.
Fly Rod.
Steve
Yes. Is this a live call, by the way?
Well, I'm getting to that. Just hold on to your horses there for a second, son.
Oh, okay.
Greetings and salutations, Mr. Sommers.
Mega
This is a live phone call. This is not a pre-recorded message.
All right.
Can you take the corn out of your ears and listen to me?
What you got, Fly Rod?
Hello? Well, can I make a public service announcement?
Okay, something we could use. A public service announcement.
Yes. Yes, now this is on a serious note. Before I go on to my rant, which I'm about to.
Uh-oh.
Drivers, seriously, drivers, when you got to pull over on the side of the shoulder of the interstate to use the bathroom or to check a tire or whatever it might be, for God's sakes, when you get ready to come back on, just be patient, wait till there's a great big hole there before you decide to merge back in, and at least put your four-ways on before you come out, and at least get your truck up to at least as close to highway speed as you can. Yesterday, Steve, I was coming out I-20 just outside of Atlanta, and I won't say the name of the carrier, but it's from Low, Arkansas. Everyone knows what I'm talking about. He was sitting on the shoulder, and I was in the right-hand lane. There's 3 lanes through there, just outside of Atlanta, and he didn't have his four-ways on. He decided as I got up pretty close to him that he was going to join the crowd and jump back in, and I'll tell you what, I had to lock that sucker down to keep from rear-ending him because I had no way to get over to the left. And in fact, I just to the right, just where he came out of, to keep from rear-ending him.
Wow.
And I thought to myself, what a knucklehead. I'm seeing that more and more because a lot of these carriers, they are hiring these steering wheel holders and not true professionals. So just if any of you guys out there are like that, if you got to wait a few minutes to sit there and wait, it's not worth causing a huge traffic crash, and maybe it'll start a debate on air about something like that. Just being safe. But Steve, I listened to the playback, and I know you had a great weekend on the Memorial Day weekend. I'm glad to hear that. And all is fair in love and war. Now listen, I sent you a picture yesterday. Did you get it?
Well, I'm trying to recall. Was that I don't know, I saw, is that the one that had the woman holding the big goose? Is that it, or a different one?
That's exactly the one, and the little pony feathers there. He was in the picture.
Oh, little
too, being
pony.
petted
Yes,
by,
yes.
I just thought that was appropriate. But that was our current intel. Now, I want to tell you something, Mr. Steve Sommers. Hickory dickory dock. The cat jumped over the clock. That's the kind of talk and banter that the big goose understands. And the big goose, he's going to be able to eat, when he eats his next bag of Cheetos, and we get done with him on July 4th, he's going to be able to eat his dingleberries with him at the same time, because I'm going to kick him so hard up the keister that there won't be no problem him eating that with his Cheetos. Do you understand what I'm saying, Mr. Steve Sommers?
It comes through loud and clear, but again, I don't know. I'm ready for some put your money where your mouth is, as the moose says.
Well, I'm going to be putting my money where my mouth is. Let me tell you something else, Mr. Steve Sommers, if I may. When we come up there July 4th, I've done sent up a whole tractor load of chairs, refreshments. You'll be getting an 18-wheeler load full of goodies and stuff to help out with refreshments and all the things. And I'm actually trying to secure a load of fireworks for the celebration after our victory, which will only take maybe 20 seconds, may I say. So all of our fans around the United States, in every corner of every truck stop across this great country, have said, look, we know that Big Goose is nothing more than a big sack of parts. We understand that, but we're just playing along. So the message is getting out there. So I want to say that I think you really need to, or we need to, look at getting up a couple backup matches, because this isn't going to take very long. So I know Big Ed and Pony Feathers just about had a knuckle bruising fiesta there on Tuesday's show, and I thought, well, this would be a good undercard, but that didn't come to fruition, as you would say. So if there's any other matches, anyone who's got a score to settle with a dispatcher, or maybe someone else, or even with me, if I got enough strength left after I put the whooping on the Big Goose, well, I'll fight you. So, I think that's important to know that.
So maybe you should order some daytime fireworks if we're going to get the display off on an early start. The sun won't set yet, so maybe we'll eat some daytime stuff.
Well, now that would work. So your sidekick, not too far away from you there, Jolly Green Giant, I put it in an order for him to bring over 25 pounds. You need to write this down, Mr. Sommers.
Oh.
At least you'll need to get the refrigerator cleared out for all this.
Oh, boy.
25 pounds of potato salad. This is what I want. 35 pounds of macaroni salad. 10 pounds of baked beans. 65 pounds of bratwurst. And let's see, what was the third one? Did you write it down? See, you're not even paying attention. You're there multitasking, not paying attention to this brand.
I got it. 60. That's a lot. That's a lot of
bratwurst. This is a monumental
bratwurst.
event that's about to happen.
65 pounds of bratwurst. I got it. You know, and a lot of farting beans.
Okay. All right. Now, that's right. So, and then I have a big announcement to make, and I'll shut up. One more big announcement. We have secured Alex Jones. Alex Jones.
No.
Like Alex Jones, he's going to do the call-by-call announcing the play-by-play of the Smash and Crash, the ultimate wrestling wonder, as we kick the snot out of the Big Goose. And I guarantee you we're going to pull pony feathers in there, too, and we're going to ruffle up him. And, of course, Betty the Bushwhacker, the brown bunny wonder there, we're going to scalp her as well. But I saw the rant I want to go on to. So, folks, sit tight. It's coming. If you haven't got your cookbook yet, we have copies available. $19.95 for cooking with cicadas. And folks, may I say that this cookbook comes in 3 luxurious colors: toffee, mauve, and magneta. It's a beautiful cookbook, but that's all I got to say, Mr. Steve Summer. Thank you for my time.
Yeah. Thank you for your time. All right, Fly Rod. Let me see here. I see Blind Man's on the line real quick, and he's asking a question about our U.S. debt. And his question is, I think it's like $28 trillion. How much of that do we owe to China? How much I guess, does China own? All right, I'll get you here in just a second, Blind Man. The U.S. debt reached a new high of $28.1 trillion, with a T, trillion, as of March 31. Most headlines focus on how much the U.S. owes China, one of the largest foreign owners. What many people do not know is that the Social Security Trust Fund, also known as our retirement money, owns most of the national debt. How does that work? All right, debt is in 2 categories. The U.S. Treasury manages the U.S. debt through its Bureau of Public Debt. 2 categories: intragovernmental holdings and debt held by the public. Intragovernmental debt. The Treasury owes this part of the debt to other federal agencies. In February of this year, intragovernmental holdings totaled more than $6 trillion. Why would the government owe money to itself? Well, some agencies, like the Social Security Trust Fund, take in more revenue from taxes than they need. Rather than put that cash under a giant mattress, they invest in U.S. treasuries. This transfers the agency's excess revenue to the general fund where it's spent. They redeem their treasury notes for funds as needed. The federal government then either raises taxes or issues more debt to raise the cash. Which agencies own the most treasuries or debt? The answer is Social Security by a long shot. The Treasury publishes this in their monthly Treasury statement. Here's the big breakdown, February 21. Social Security Trust, including the Federal Old Age and Survivors Insurance and Federal Disability Insurance Trust Funds, $2.90 trillion. The Office of Personnel Management Retirement, $955.1 billion. Military Retirement Fund, $1.01 trillion. That's become a big issue in funding our nation's defense, and it's only going to grow. Medicare, which includes the Federal Supplementary Medical Insurance Trust Fund, $304.4 billion. Then cash on hand to fund federal government operations, $723 billion. The public holds over $21 trillion, almost 78% of the national debt. Foreign governments hold about a third of the public debt, while the rest is owed by U.S. banks and investors, the Federal Reserve, state and local governments, mutual funds, pension funds, insurance companies, savings bonds. The Treasury breaks down who holds how much of the public debt in their monthly bulletin as well. Highlights from the March of 2021 report. Foreign-owned debt, $7.07 trillion. As of September last year, Japan owned $1.28 trillion. China owned $1.06 trillion. That's more than a third of the foreign holdings. Federal Reserve and government, $10.81 trillion. Mutual funds, $3.5 trillion. State and local governments, including their pension funds, $1.09 trillion. Private pension funds, $784 billion. Insurance companies, $253 billion. U.S. savings bonds, $147 billion. Other holders, including individuals, government-sponsored enterprises, brokers, dealers, banks, bank personnel, trust and estates, and other investors, $2.28 trillion. This debt is not only in Treasury bills, notes, and bonds, but also in Treasury inflation-protected securities. If you add the debt held by Social Security and all the retirement and pension funds, almost half of the U.S. Treasury debt is being held in trust for your retirement. If the United States defaults on its debt, foreign investors would be angry. But current and future retirees would be hurt the most. I guess that's your retirement money they're gambling with. All right, we shared the numbers. Japan owns $1.28 trillion in U.S. Treasuries. China, $1.10 trillion. Now, both Japan and China want to keep the value of the dollar higher than the value of their currencies. That helps keep their exports to the United States affordable. That helps their economies grow. Despite China's occasional threat to sell their holdings, both countries are happy to be America's biggest foreign bankers. China replaced the UK as the second largest foreign holder back in 2006 when they increased their holdings to $699 billion. The UK, third largest holder, $439 billion. Let's see. The bottom line, many people believe that much of U.S. debt is owned by foreign countries like China and Japan. The truth is, most of it is owed to Social Security and pension funds. That means we, the U.S. citizens, through our retirement money, own most of the national debt. Very interesting, but, well, before you even ask the question, that answers it. So, I mean, I guess that's eye-opening to me because I, like so many others, was under the impression somebody was purchasing other countries like China, whoever, owned most of our debt. It's kind of, we're in debt to ourselves, I guess.
Hey, this is Blind Man Steve.
Yes.
I guess I was listening to one of the national talk shows yesterday, Dan Bongino.
Yep.
And they were talking about the China virus, and somebody called in and asked, can we just say to China, screw you, you caused the virus, we're not going to pay what we owe you with part of the national debt? I guess that was my question.
Well, I guess, seeing as according to the numbers here from the Treasury numbers, it's just over $1 trillion. I guess we could thumb our nose at him and say we're not going to give you that back.
I was just wondering about that because somebody did call in and talked about it, and then all this stuff about Fauci coming out yesterday. I heard that not only on the Dan Bongino show, but I flipped my radio to another station that I can get from Harrisburg, PA, WHP, and they were playing, I call it the Rush Limbaugh Legacy Show. That's still on.
Yeah.
And then somebody told me there's another show on Faxon, I think is the guy's name. Can't remember his first name. And he's got a show on at noon as well. But they were all talking about what Fauci was up to with these emails that were just made public yesterday.
Yeah, he's pretty much getting caught blind, man, as the liar, pants on fire Fauci.
And do you notice that the so-called mainstream media is starting to kick him to the side now?
Yeah, surprise, right?
Yeah, I guess that useful idiot's no longer useful to the left.
He's pretty much made a liar out of the mainstream media for the past year that have given him all the airtime. Yeah, of course, first of all, in their zest and zeal to try and find negativity towards Trump, because Fauci and Trump did not see eye to eye. And, of course, now it appears Trump was 100% correct about Fauci from the damn beginning.
Exactly. And you notice as time goes on, more and more people, I guess, are realizing that Trump was right after all.
Yep.
And but I still have trouble around here where I live. People still say that Biden is the greatest and everything is Trump's fault. You can't tell some of these people around here anything. It's like talking to a wall.
Right.
So I am so thankful that I got friends now. I called Heatwave yesterday, and he introduced me to Fly Rod. Glad to have him as a friend now. I've been talking to Big Moose and Philip down in Florida. There's a couple others on my list that I talk to a lot. Chevy Guy calls me just to make sure I'm okay. So I'm thankful for that.
That's good. Yeah, we haven't heard from Chevy Guy this morning either, have we?
No. He'll be ranting about something sooner or later. He'll call me and complain about something.
All right. Well, Blind Guy, good to hear from you, Blind Man, I should say. Blind Man, have a great morning. We're a little bit late for our top of the hour news update here, but we'll take care of that and come back with our final hour of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A coalition of opposition parties to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has announced they've reached a deal to form a new government. The deal, coming minutes ahead of a Wednesday deadline, will likely see Netanyahu's 12-year term in power ended. Former Defense Minister Naftali Bennett and centrist lawmaker Yair Lapid announced the coalition, which will have to be approved by the Israeli parliament. Under the plan, the two men will split a 4-year term as prime minister. And the FBI says the cyber attack on one of the largest meat suppliers in the country came from a hacker group with links to Russia. In a statement Wednesday, the Bureau attributed the ransomware attack on JBS USA to R-Evil and Sodino Kibi, two groups allegedly operating out of Russia. The attack halted production at the company's facilities on Tuesday before they were able to restore most operations on Wednesday. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
President Biden is calling on all Americans to help the country get to the goal of 70% of adults receiving at least one dose of COVID vaccine. In remarks Wednesday, the president declared June a month of action in a push to get to his 70% goal by Independence Day. He also touted the social progress being made by millions of fully vaccinated people.
And now, tens of millions of Americans have been vaccinated. They're able to return to closer to normal life. Fully vaccinated people are safely shredding their masks and greeting one another with a smile. Grandparents are hugging their grandkids again. Small business owners are reopening storefronts and restaurants because of the vaccination strategy.
The latest data from the CDC shows that about 62% of adults have received at least one shot, with 12 states already having reached the president's goal of 70%. About 133 million Americans have thus far been fully vaccinated. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The White House and Senate Republicans are resuming talks Wednesday over a deal on infrastructure spending. Tim Berg reports.
President Biden met with Republican Senator Shelley Moore Capito from West Virginia on Wednesday. The main topic of discussion was infrastructure. The White House saying they'd like to work out a bipartisan deal with 10 Republican senators who position themselves as part of what they call the productive minority in the GOP that are willing to work with the White House. Maine Independent Senator Angus King telling CNBC he believes the bill needs to be bipartisan.
There's got to be compromise. The president has indicated, I heard him, I was in the Oval Office with a group of Democrats and Republicans. He said, I'm ready to compromise, and I think he is. So they've got to come up with a pay-for plan that, causes everybody a little bit of hurt, but also will keep the deficit down. So they're talking about having a week to do that, and I think we'll see whether both sides are in fact interested in really getting to a solution.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And a second drug test for Kentucky Derby winner Medina Spirit has confirmed the presence of a banned substance. A lawyer for the horse's trainer Bob Baffert confirmed the failed test on Wednesday, which could lead to Medina Spirit's Derby win being overturned. Baffert himself has been suspended by Churchill Downs for 2 years for the failed test. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
That's it. Final hour off and rolling here on a Thursday. So, weekend on the horizon here. What's on the slate this weekend? Earlier, Pappy brought up the fact that Yeah, you got the recount continuing there in Arizona, Maricopa County. Some are saying they may be looking into some of what transpired in Wisconsin. We may be looking more. There's a judge in Georgia now willing to open the books. That wouldn't be the books. It would be the ballots for the mail-in ballots. Primarily in and around the Atlanta metro area, where many people feel there was little shenanigans going on. Pennsylvania. Oh, there's another state that was. 3 Pennsylvania lawmakers were in Arizona this past day to check out the audit of the 2020 election. Just the latest Republicans to make a pilgrimage to Phoenix, ground zero in the Stop the Steal movement. Looking for claims that the election was stolen. Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz cheered the audit at a rally just outside of Phoenix last month. Now, the next day, there were several prominent Trump supporters advertised as speakers at a Phoenix mega church. Political pilgrimages, it's nothing new to Arizona. Politicians, they say, have long enjoyed photo ops in front of the Mexico border wall. But now the draw was the Arizona State Fairgrounds, site of the former basketball arena, where the hand recount of 2.1 million ballots continues. They're more than halfway through now. They're saying it's probably going to be the end of June before this audit is complete. Latest visitors were Pennsylvania Senators Doug Mastriano and Chris Dush and Representative Rob Kaufman, who met with Arizona legislators at the Capitol before traveling to the audit site to get a briefing from the auditors. They say we're going to bring the information back to the Senate leadership. We'll kind of brief them on the way ahead, and then hopefully we can come up with an approach here to make sure every person in Pennsylvania can rest assured that they have one vote and it counts. The Pennsylvania lawmakers and others in the delegation spent about 20 minutes on the arena floor where volunteers are counting and photographing ballots. Afterward, when asked by a reporter, do you want to see the Arizona audit replicated in Pennsylvania? The answer was, quote, without question, absolutely. Wow. How long are we going to be reevaluating the 2020 election here? That would be my question. But yeah, we'll see if they come up with anything. All right, we'll get back to our calls here. Is that Daryl back with us?
Yeah, I lost my cell back there.
Yes, you did.
Thanks for taking my call back.
Sure.
Yeah, we were talking about heat wave there. I leave really early in the morning myself, and the wife she don't want nothing to do with any guns or anything. So I went to the next best thing. We got a big Doberman pinscher, and I'll tell you what, because we're way out in the boondocks, and if you come down my road, you're lost. And that's the only way I really felt comfortable being so far out. Because if you try to call the police or anything, it takes about 45 minutes to an hour for them to get out there. So I went to the next best thing. I got we were going to go with a German Shepherd or a Dobe. We went with the Dobe because of the shedding. But I'll tell you what, there's nobody he's gonna let us know if somebody's in my yard or if someone's coming around that house. He'll come in there and he'll poke at us until we get up. And he'll start raising heck, but that's what we did, and I feel comfortable leaving her there by herself because it's just her and I, and the cows. But I'll tell you what, that nobody would get in my house without us really knowing about it, and they'll take a chance to get chewed up.
That's what you call a good guard dog.
Yeah, the very best. I'll tell you, he's very loyal to us, and I got signs posted. I got a long driveway coming into my place, and I got signs saying "Stay in your car until we meet you," and that's just the way it is. I feel comfortable that way, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what Heat Wave needs to do. I remember him calling in saying he had a little bit of a problem with somebody there, but you know, I don't know. I guess he's got a couple dogs anyway, don't he?
I'm not sure if he's got dogs or not, to be honest with you.
Yeah. But anyway, get on something else here. How are you coming on your pool there? Did you find someone to install that thing yet?
Yeah, they came out on, what would that have been? Day before yesterday, and they got a good start. They wanted to come back. Yeah, it rained all day yesterday. It was just, so maybe hopefully they'll be back later this morning. Maybe get it done today.
Oh, that's good. That's good. You'd be putting water in it then, huh? I finally, I found a pool liner for ours. Man, it cost me $1,400, but we got it. And then I did find a retired pool installer. I was lucky enough to find, he only does a couple of a season, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to hit me about $1,200 to put it in. And he's supposed to start this month on it. And then I got to spray for termites.
Okay.
You know, I guess the wife's got that lined up, you know, but, yeah, it's kind of wondering. That's good. You're going to have some time. We should have some good time with it then. You know, I'm anxious to get it back up and going.
Yep. Hopefully that all works out. Today I know supposedly we've got like possible thunder showers both today and Friday in the forecast, but it's not supposed to be like an all day kind of thing like yesterday was.
Yeah. I got you. Okay, well, I just wanted to share that with you. I wanted to find out how you were doing on that pool. I'll give a call in tomorrow when Chris is on, because like I say, I got a couple questions for him.
All right, well, look forward to hearing from you, Righty. Thank you so much. And have a great day.
You have a good night, Steve.
Thank you, Daryl. See, I just did a quick search. What do you see here? Let's see. Rain and storms expanding over the Cincinnati area overnight. Uh-oh. While we don't expect any severe weather, we could see some heavy rain possible along with some rumbles of thunder. More storms coming today. Says tomorrow, but that was posted just before the midnight hour, right about the midnight hour. Okay, so I don't know. Maybe it won't be the best day again. For working on installing the pole there. Yeah, I know the guy that was working on it was, he needs the money, as they say. I need the money. So he wants to get out here and get it done. So I'm kind of punching up the current radar scene. Let me zoom in a little bit, see what we got out there. It's been kind of just a misty, dreary night tonight. All right, I mean, what I'm seeing right now, there's some heavy rains down in south central Kentucky and eastern Tennessee. Pretty good line of showers and thunderstorms from just east of Nashville all the way down into north central Alabama, maybe clipping the Huntsville area about the next hour. A few spotty showers up east of Indianapolis, over in eastern Indiana. Another complex of thunderstorms in southeastern Missouri. So I guess we still have kind of a disturbance hanging around overhead. It could bring us more rain, a rumble of thunder today. But no doubt the atmosphere should be pretty destabilized because we had the rain, the cloud cover all day long yesterday. Not a bit of sunshine. And it doesn't look like we're going to see much of any sunshine here this morning. Actually, it would be the atmosphere should be stabilized. Haven't had any sunshine to destabilize it. Would this be the guard dog?
Yes, sir. Morning. I wanted to report an accident on I-80 coming into Indiana from Illinois. The two left lanes are shut down. So if anybody's going on I-80 into Indiana, keep it to the right. I don't know how long it's going to be shut down. And that happened at about 2:45 Central Time. So I called earlier, but I had to hang up. I wanted to mention something just a little on the lighter side.
Okay.
When you did that report, when you mentioned that report on the truck hauling chickens, I all of a sudden thought of the Big Moose and the music he likes to listen to. It reminded me of a C.W. McCall song called Wolf Creek Pass.
I remember that one.
And so that just brought a smile to my face. And when I called, you had just taken his call, and I'm like, well, hopefully he's listening now. So, but yeah, I'm headed south on 65, and they're painting lines on the northbound side from the 232 heading north. So if anyone's listening going that way, keep it to the right there also.
Okay.
And that's all I got for you today. I'm still out here kicking and breathing, so I'm always listening.
Thank you so much for listening in
So
there.
you have a great...
You got it. Thank you, Guard Dog. Appreciate the heads up there. All right. Philip, in his call earlier, mentioned checking out. I haven't yet checked out the video, but Jerry said, I just watched the Volusia County Sheriff's body cam video, and Philip is correct. That was disturbing. Thank your sheriffs when you see them. Yep. I'll search that up and check it out. Dave says, hey, I've got a Doberman too. Good watchdog, right? Yes, Rick, it is kind of a yucky day in Columbus. Yesterday was, and I guess everything that we're seeing here is kind of going to eventually be heading your way. So you're going to have some more rain in your forecast for your Thursday. And we have not heard from Horse Feathers yet this morning. Oh, but he's on hold. Hang in there, Horse Feathers. Let me get to Sylvester first, because he's checking in from the land down under. Morning, Sylvester.
Yeah. Good evening, sir. How are you?
Yeah, doing well. Good evening to you. Yes.
Yeah. It is 6:23. So, what would that make that there?
4:23 a.m. Yep.
Yes. You gotta love it. So, all right. Just briefly touch on the whole thing with the Iranian ship. It keeps being called a warship, and it's more. It's not a combatant. It's actually that ship that was sunk was a oiler and transport.
So more like kind of a resupply ship kind of thing for other military vessels?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So it enabled Iran to send its warships away from the Red Sea and, well, the Persian Gulf. I'll just say that much. Its first really long journey was into the Med. And then it's been to China with one other warship. It's been to Sri Lanka and places like that, other Muslim countries, especially over this direction. And probably the reason why it, there seems to be some discussion on whether or not it might have been sabotage, or it might just have been bad management of the firefighting.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, probably more likely. So with those things in possibility, they are now no longer able. Well, they've got one other ship like that. The other one is currently being in refit. So that really limits the ability of their Navy to get out of the Persian Gulf. If it was done intentionally, there seems to be some discussion whether or not it was done as sabotage. If it was, I'm sure, because you kind of hinted on that with the other fire that happened 10 hours later.
Yeah. Might Israel be involved? You kind of think?
If you think about this, yeah. More than likely Israel. But we'll see what happens there, because Netanyahu seems to be on his way out, which is a bit of a disappointment because he's a good guy.
But anyway, the real reason I rang was about China. Funny, I never talk about China, do I, Steve? But there are a lot of things going on there right now. Most people aren't aware that they have 2 active aircraft carriers now. Both of these are ex-Russian aircraft carriers that were either rebuilt from the ground up, or they've got one that's actually being domestically produced. It's about 110,000 tons. It's huge. It's about the same size as one of our line carriers at the moment. And I was actually looking for it because it's supposed to be visible on Google Earth. And I've looked for it, and I can't find it where it's supposed to be. So it must have already been launched. They were talking about it being launched for either the first part of this year or the first part of next year. But I can't find it on Google. There's another service that I've used, too, that it's not on there either. It's supposed to be in Shanghai being built. And they had some issues with it last year and the year before 2019 during its build. But this is the first domestically produced aircraft carrier in China, and they're now saying that it could probably be operational late next year or 2023. The reason why this is important is because for a successful attack against Taiwan, they need to be able to move stealthily and quickly their air forces away from an area that might be able to be counterattacked. According to what I've read on globalsecurity.org, the primary purpose of the third carrier would be that, but they're saying that it's not going to even be available until late 2022 or 2023. I don't know. By looking at the way things are going, I'm really surprised that that something more hasn't happened already. With the discussion you're having about Chinese ownership of land in the U.S., that's actually a big deal over here right now. The Chinese actually own a lease to a major docking facility in, I just got a message from Counselor Blair Griggs. What did he have to say? He's actually traveling right now, and he did a photo of, how in the Mojave Desert, they've got all those American airplanes that are just sitting out in the Mojave Desert because it's dry and for storage.
Right.
He's out in what's an area of the Northern Territory right now. And he took a photo and he sent it to me of all these Chinese airplanes of Cathay Pacific and another Tiger Air and one other airline that are all Chinese airlines that are just sitting out there. And I'm thinking, why are they in Australia? But we were having this discussion before. You were having a discussion before about ownership of land. Well, that's a huge issue right now here. What the Chinese are doing here is they're actually buying large tracts of land in the Sydney area, and they're selling houses. But they're still maintaining the rights to that land. They just sell the houses. So they're making, because right now the real estate market here is just on fire crazy. And they're making just stacks and stacks of money from that, and the fees that they get from that, etc. They're not stupid people, obviously. And I will tell you, as it's coming closer and closer to when there will be a conflict, folks, it is coming. 2007, I said it first, Steve, on your show. Every time you buy something that's got a made in China, and they're not putting made in China anymore, they were saying made in PRC, which is the People's Republic of China. Every time you buy anything that says made in PRC, it is going to go back to eventually pay for a bullet or some type of armament that's going to kill Americans and others. that are allies, that were allies.
Yeah.
I want to just mention one thing real quick. There's a company called Tektronix. TTI is one of the biggest producers of power tools and power tool accessories in the world. They sell Rigid, they sell Ryobi, they sell Milwaukee. They also sell all of the different bits and pieces that go with it. If you find though it says made in America, it'll say Empire. It's a level or a square or a pencil or things like that. Those are all owned by Tektronix. PowerFit, another brand that drill bits, any type of saw blade, things like that say PowerFit, or what's their other brand? Oh yeah, Kango. I think Kango is one of them. Do they sell Kango in the States now? I can't remember if that's one of the brands
that I haven't heard.
I will tell you, all of those are TTI brands. That is, they're based in quote unquote Hong Kong. They're not. They're Chinese. So 99.9% of their manufacturing is in China. Even if it says made in America, like the Empire stuff, it's still a Chinese company. Hart, H-A-R-T, that's all Tektronix. Be really wary of what you buy. Make sure that you look at the corporation that actually produces the product. Bosch is a great product line. They sell Diablo, Freud blades, etc. And they're a good German company. A German family owns that. But anyway, be really careful what you buy, because it's coming down to a conflict that as you buy the products, you're actually building up their arsenal. I know it sounds stupid and crazy.
Not really. No, but it's 100% true. And, plus the fact when and if there is a conflict, you say when, I mean, they still have us over a barrel with so much, as we talked a couple of weeks ago about the commodities, the things that we rely on for them to supply to us. We don't have access to at this point in time without them. I mean, we need to be working fast and furious in this country, removing any dependence on China, especially for crucial things like the drugs you need to survive, antibiotics, blood pressure medicines. I mean, there's a lot of these things that people take every day that we rely on China, if not for the finished product, at least the raw materials to make them wherever they're made. But with that, let's get our news break. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden is calling on all Americans to help the country get to the goal of 70% of adults receiving at least one dose of COVID vaccine. In remarks on Wednesday, the president declared June a month of action in a push to get to his 70% goal by Independence Day. He also touted the social progress being made by millions of fully vaccinated people.
And now, tens of millions of Americans have been vaccinated. They're able to return to closer to normal life. Fully vaccinated people are safely shredding their masks and greeting one another with a smile. Grandparents are hugging their grandkids again. Small business owners are reopening storefronts and restaurants because of the vaccination strategy.
The latest data from the CDC says that about 62% of adults have received at least one shot, with 12 states having already reached the president's goal of 70%. This is USA Radio News.
Do you need to sell your home? If you've sold a home before, you remember how stressful and expensive it was. Sold.com is here to help you sell your home for the most money and with the least amount of stress. There are new ways to sell your home that you've never heard of before. Did you know there are companies who'll offer you cash for your home? Did you know you could trade in your home for a new one? Did you know there are realtors who'll sell your home for a flat fee instead of an expensive commission? It's true. Sold.com services are free. So if you're looking to sell, make this free phone call right now and learn how your next home sale can be faster and easier than you ever thought possible. Pick up your cell phone and call right now. 800-990-3125. 800-990-3125. 800-990-3125. Again, that's 800-990-3125.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Back at it for our final segment here. Hey, by the way, just a heads up is if you're rolling out west, in particular California, as the weather heats up, the California Highway Patrol is paying extra attention to drivers, truck drivers, that is, to attempt to put a stop to wildfires. The California Highway Patrol is what they call the Gold Run Division, and a social media post over the weekend said, overheated truck brakes contribute to wildfires. So in response, multiple units are out enforcing speed violations and stopping trucks that fail to stop at the brake check areas, which is required by law, by the way. Troopers at the Highway Patrol's Donner Pass Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Facility also took to social media recently to remind drivers to be aware of steep grades. Highway Patrol reminding commercial motor vehicle drivers stop as required at the Blue Canyon Brake Inspection Station on westbound I-80. They also shared some graphics, some information about steep grades around the country, runaway ramp locations, brake check locations on I-80. The California Highway Patrol shared a chart detailing some of the most infamous steep grades in the country, which I found rather interesting. You got only one that I'm aware that I've been across is Mount Eagle, I-24 in Tennessee, 6% grade for 4 miles. Sherman Hill, east of Laramie, Wyoming, 5% grade for 5 miles. Something known as the Sisters. I guess that's in PA. They didn't post just how steep it is. They didn't have the numbers there. Parley Summit, I-80 in Utah, westbound to Salt Lake City. Anywhere from 3 to 6% grade for 10 miles. Sandstone, I-64, Virginia eastbound, 7% grade for 5 miles. Of course, you're all familiar with Cajon Pass, I-15 there, south of Victorville, California. The Grapevine on I-5, that's a 6% grade for 14 miles. Donner Summit, Donner Pass, that would be. I-80 westbound, Reno, Sacramento. Anywhere from 3 to 6% grade for 30 miles. That's a long one, huh? 30 miles, wow. Tehachapi on US 58, 4 to 6% grade for 14 miles. And last on the list was Black Mountain, I-40 in North Carolina, a 6% grade for 5 miles. All righty, let's see here. There's old horse feathers. Where you been all morning long?
Morning, Your Honor. Just sitting back, relaxing, enjoying the show.
There you go.
Listening to all the show stuff going on.
I don't know. Was I supposed to say horse feathers? Horse feathers or pony feathers? I think they've dubbed you as pony feathers now.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see what we can do about that there. Anyways, so yeah, the first part of your show was pretty intense there, and as Sylvester was saying, I was going to say something about Netanyahu. I hadn't heard too much about that tonight there, but it looks like he's going to be ousted by what they call that there, the opposition party or something is going to get him out of office. That sounds like a nice way to, it just sounds like some sort of government takeover almost, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see what Israel ends up like now. We'll see if Israel in a couple of years is what Israel has always been. Maybe maybe Hamas is going to find a way to get in there and actually get to be able to take it over, get the land that they want back there. The Palestinians there, they're going to be able to take that land that they want. So it'd be interesting to see what happens. But I guess here in Maryland, I guess the free ride might be coming to an end, but the Democrats are all against it. The governor put a proposal out there that July the 3rd, no more unemployment from the federal government, no more extra unemployment from the state. You are required to search for work if you were on the unemployment rolls.
Yep.
As of July the 3rd. But the Democrats are all like, well, the stimulus package allows that to go until the September. It expires in September. So we should take full advantage of the stimulus money that we get for free. It's like, well, where do they think that free stimulus money is coming from? Yeah. So anyways, I don't know how it all work out there. You know, Republican governor against 3/4 of the percentage of the population in Maryland that's Democratic that way. So we'll see how all that works out. But you can imagine what that's going to be like. Yeah, I don't know. You're talking about the grades in that there. I know the one grade on the Massachusetts Turnpike there. After you leave New York, you get about, I don't know, 15, 20 miles in there. You drop down to the Connecticut River. They got a runaway ramp at the bottom of that. There's a bunch of runaway ramps up there in the Green and the White Mountains up there in Vermont and New Hampshire. You get up there. There's quite a few places up there. It's got some pretty good grades. Not that they're as long as some of those ones you're talking about out there in the west there in the Rockies and that you know have miles and miles, but they're steep enough that you get something running away from you, you're not going to be able to get it back without some assistance from something. And I know here around us, Pennsylvania, you get up there north a little bit of us there, you got coal country up there, and they got some good 8 and 10% grades up there that they got some runaway ramps for. And I know down there in West Virginia, if the Chevy guy called in, I'm sure he could give you a lot of stories about where all the runaway ramps are there on those little back roads there for all the coal country and all that goes on out there. So not that a lot of them get used anymore because the coal industry isn't what it used to be, but if somebody gets out there on one of those roads, they could get themselves in a lot of trouble real quick there because they aren't very big. You don't have a lot of extra room to maneuver.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, I think California, they ought to look into what was the name of that environmental association they have out there in California? I always forget what it is. I guess we should pay attention because what they rule is what we end up getting later on. But anyways, maybe they should look at this. What is this? They call that a diesel particulate filter they put on the exhaust systems of these trucks.
Yep.
And they inject diesel fuel in them, which makes them burn to something like 16 or 1800 degrees. Now, I know brake drums get pretty hot when you get on them pretty hard, and you start glazing them over. You can get up over 1,000 degrees, but I don't think they're getting up there to that 1800 degree mark that the exhaust is getting to. So I'm thinking maybe they ought to be. I don't know, maybe we shouldn't have all this emissions on these trucks. And, you talk about the trucks having, involved in accidents and the amount of trucks that are involved in accidents, catching fire. And I'm still saying that you're getting your hot diesel fuel because this high pressure rail system they have now on the engines that gives the fuel to the injectors and sends the return fuel back over 100 degrees into the fuel tanks, which makes it pretty readily combustible because it's at a higher temperature, which gives off more vapor. And of course, it's the vapor that mixed with the oxygen that causes the fire. And it gets somewhere around that diesel particulate filter that's about 1800 degrees, which, guess what? That's your ignition source, Your Honor.
Bingo.
How about that? You might think there might be a problem with fires there caused? I don't know. Maybe I'm just overthinking this whole thing here, but anyways, I don't know. So, anyways, so do you remember there a while back somebody said something about a monkey and a grape and an 8-ball, pool ball, and had this little story about that? I'm thinking Crash and Smash better start thinking about, the size of each other's heads and seeing how they fit, and, where things might go and be able to come back out of there. You remember that little story there about that monkey and the grape and the pool ball?
Yeah, I do recall that. Yeah, it's something about the pool ball. Hurt like hell, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm thinking by the time the big moose there and Betty the Bush Hog get all done with Crash and Smash, and they're trying to deal with this cranial rectal issues there that they're going to have, and a little case of ankle hippolytis. And you know what ankle hippolytis is, right?
Ankle hippolytis.
Ankle hippolytis is when the moose gets done kicking your ankles up and they end up where your hips are supposed to be. You got ankle hippolytis.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking there, and I don't know. I'm really thinking that the Smash there or Crash there might want to have that Barney the dinosaur costume on there so nobody can recognize him personally and get photography of him when he's crying there on the inside of it. And I'm sure you won't have to worry about the other one because he's going to be so far up the top of the cage there, nobody will be able to find him anyways most of the time. So, but anyways, I don't know. We'll see how things develop there later on. But yeah, I'm not scared there. I got a good shadow to stand in there, so we'll see if anybody can even find me there, right? When we're standing around there, I'm just gonna be sitting back in the lawn chair there in the shade, drinking my Blatz there, right?
There you go.
My ice cold Blatz. So, but anyways, I don't know. I guess that's about what we got for you. I guess they're saying that today for you and Yankee weather gods, today's supposed to be the most chance of a showery day for us here in the Baltimore area, and I guess there's a chance of some unsettled weather in the afternoon. Isn't that what you and the high up muckety mucks there call that?
That's
when the air's bad, you get that unsettled weather, and you get the thunder and lightning because of that. So I guess we got a chance of some of that, and then after that, they're somewhere around Saturday afternoon, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. They're putting these temperatures out there that start with 90 this, 90 that. You got any idea what the heck's going on with that there?
That's going to be called,
you and the Yankee weather guys?
That's going to be called your cohort in crime heat wave. You get 3 consecutive days, 90-plus degrees. That's officially the criteria there in your part of the country, a heat wave. Yeah, could be talking about that. Let's see here. I'm not sure who exactly we got on the line here. Something about military spending. Yes, Gilligan.
Yes, Gilligan. Yeah, that call strainer, I swear he always wants to argue when I call. Have you figured that out? Why he only argues with me? I don't get it. Well, I'm going to touch on a little bit of your grades there on these mountains and stuff before I get into the military spending bit. You mentioned sandstone. You missed a word when you mentioned the state. That's West Virginia, not Virginia.
Okay.
That sandstone is on. There's another mountain there in eastern West Virginia that Chevy guy probably has been down, unfortunately. They're on US 33. I'll mention it. It's there between Elkins and Harrisonburg, which is a road that I would not suggest any trucker go on. This one mountain over there, I used to bring lumber out down deep in the mountains of West Virginia, if you call it. 3.5 miles long, 9% grade, and at the top of the mountain, they got a nice sign there to tell you how nice the trip's going to be. 25-mile-an-hour turns from the top to the bottom.
Fun.
Doesn't that sound like an adventure?
Yes.
Especially when you're roasting right at 80,000 men. Well, I want to touch on this military spending. Now, me and you's almost the same age. Do you remember the advertisements that Reagan put out in his 1980 election campaign? You remember them? How he would show how Carter had cut military spending. remember that?
I do kind of remember that. Yeah, I know he was a strong military, definitely a leader. He built us up, and he didn't back off from anyone. I mean, I remember the announcement coming out live when the rockets were headed toward Muammar Gaddafi's place, and he sent the message loud and clear. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The bombing will start in 5 minutes. I remember that one.
Yep.
But, yeah, I mean, that goes back. The military spending cuts go back to the Carter administration. I know. And then the Republicans come back in, they got to build the military back up. Trump did so much to try to get the military built up, and what do? Biden's right back in there trying to cut it again. Nothing new. This is a never-ending cycle. It's like this $6 trillion budget he's proposing. Talking about lifting people out of poverty. Well, I've been in this country all my life, 53 years I've been on this earth, going on 54, and I have yet to see a government program lift anybody out of poverty. Have you? I mean,
no. Most of them essentially keep them in poverty.
Exactly.
Give them just enough of something to to get by on, but they're not living the American dream. I mean, they're getting enough maybe to put a little bit of food on the table, but I guess they get complacent, willing to sit back and just live on that little pittance rather than try to get out there and work to better themselves. But Gilligan, we're pretty much up against the clock there. We didn't get to talk to Knucklebuster or Chefy Guy. We'll save you guys for our Friday morning program. What do you say as we'll be wrapping up the week? I hope you'll join us. Chris Gabrelchik will be joining us live on the show tomorrow morning, taking your calls, taking your questions. We're getting set for the weekend, and we'll break it all down for you. Have a safe Thursday out there. See you back at the midnight hour tonight. Thank you so much for spending some time with us here. I am Steve Sommers, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just Sommers.